Good morning. So I almost fucked up my Discord round trip that I do to, you know, get the word out that I'm streaming. And almost added everyone on Luca's server. Just for 14 MSQ. Good morning, Luca. Morning, Charles. That'd be fine. Like, I accepted that adding about Ace Attorney was fine because A, you'd probably want to know, and B, like, that usually is, like, a little bit more of a community thing. It's not like I do the @everyone's anymore. Well, I think that's why it's a bit jarring and also a bit weird for me only to do it, but... I have problems putting myself out there for a thing I'm doing definitely publicly. Like, don't worry, I never use the announcements even though she said I could. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. At least someone in the server is streaming. True. Yeah, like, I've had a bit more, a few more eyes on me than usual, outside of streaming, actually, and even then, even in that, and in, like, a relatively, like, you know, relatively small community, I was still like, fucking, deer in headlights suddenly of like, oh my god, people are noticing things I posted publicly. What? That can happen? I don't want to talk about it. Charles, you are more back to streaming than, what? I still have it set. Bullshit. Are you serious? I know I updated the stream info. I had that sitting there and it refreshed. Yeah, no, I just hit it again to update. What the OBS must not be working with that. I need to update that directly on Twitch, because that's the second night in a row that's happened. Fuck, now the VOD is gonna have a weird name. Oh well. Whatever. Doesn't fucking matter. You can edit it. Oh yeah, no, I have to edit it after the fact anyway. I need to shove it on YouTube with a title anyway. Been busy. Hopefully that's in a good way, Charles. But yeah, 14 MSQ. So did the Alliance raid. I really liked it. That last boss was a bit too much of a victory lap for my liking. Like, the fact that half the fight is a victory lap. There are 4 bosses in that as opposed to the usual 3. No, wait, no. The 12 was meant to be a whole thing until... No, there's meant to be 4. Did MSQ and dips. That's fine. I mean, the Alliance raid is if you want gear or want the story. Which, like, admittedly, look, I saw Shen Toto and I was like, okay, I think I have to, at least. I really need to go to the dentist. I'm not having any problems, but I haven't gotten my usual checkups and cleaning, and I can definitely tell. Sorry, that's gross. Anyway, MSQ. Yeah, so, alright, a couple of things, well, actually, what order do I want to do this in? Talk about the actual MSQ I can probably comes last. First, I actually have new art for, the chat blocker, courtesy of Avery. Of basically... group shot of the Warriors of Light Part 2. With all their... I think I said, fuck, is it Endwalker patch? I think it's Endwalker patch gear. Or the gear they have, like, in Endwalker patches going into Dawntrail. Also, just quietly, but, like, hang on, like, let me expand this out. Just quietly, that is the best drawing of Aldine that has ever existed. I'm really sorry anyone I've actually commissioned ever. But that this motherfucker getting caught mid-sip fucking killed me. I got the sketch from Avery, and like, obviously I wasn't expecting as much of like the depth of that scene to be communicated. Kind of like the last one I got from him. It was a bit more everyone's like right up against each other, but like the specific framing I gave was like, oh yeah, they're out at lunch and Vevern decides to take a picture and catches Aldine kind of off guard. So there was a lot more depth there, and some of it is definitely like, okay, he's further away, there's going to be less detail, but like, it's just, I should ask them if they're okay with me, if they're okay with me using that as a profile picture. I imagine she's probably fine with it, but I should still ask him, like, just in case. Charles and I have the pleasure of seeing his goofy little doodles during tabletop, and they're so good at capturing silly little moments. I need... The fact that I can never find... The fact that there's just no time in my life to be able to play tabletop shit with y'all, it infuriates me to this day. If I ever take, If I ever take long service leave, which I have to consider... Which I can now consider taking, actually. I should probably let all of you know so I can, like, get in on that shit, because, like... That is, like, a once-in-a-lifetime thing for me to be able to do. But yeah, to kind of, commemorate some of the... I think especially now that I'm starting to write them a lot more, I wanted a bit more art that was, like, them in the now. And, thankfully, Avery was looking for commissions, and I managed to snag one. Yeah. Fuck. I forget. I think the next thing I wanted to talk about was just MSQ in general, because... Usually I'd be like, okay, yeah, there's some stuff happening in MSQ, here's what I like, here's what I'm expecting, blah, blah, blah. There's a detail in FanFest that has me worried. And not like worried, oh god, it's gonna be bad, but just like... What do you mean by that? So, at FanFest... And there's gonna be... I'm gonna try and keep this... well, I don't know if people care about Evercold spoilers. You know what? Let me pull up the... I'm not changing the text. This is the Evercold FanFest circle bit here. So, at FanFest, they announced Evercold. And they specifically talked about where we're going, which is the 4th. I watched that because I was like... I assume we're going to be traversing things, like, I'm okay with being, like, spoiled on, like, the broad picture. And I think usually they've been pretty good at, like, sort of meeting out just enough information that, like, yeah, technically is a spoiler, but generally speaking, they're not. They're always playing coy about some things. Dawntrail, unfortunately... I don't know if anyone else got this vibe, but I feel like Dawntrail, like, everyone talking, the FanFest talking about Dawntrail hoodwinked a lot more people than I would expect. Because a lot of criticisms being like, but it's not a beach party, and obviously it's not a beach party. Why were they saying that? It was never going to be that. It's just like... You people can't have joy about talking about the... Like, admittedly, you do need to be in a very specific mindset to kind of engage with, like, the paratext and enjoy that as part of the experience. If you're treating the game just as, like, a rote story that is strictly spoilers, or listing you in a direction, that, I don't think is harmful to things, but I think can provide, like, a good, sort of framework to just be like, okay, that's how you're presenting it. I'm interested to see how that compares, ultimately. There is a sect of FF14 fans that are just the most miserable people. Yeah. What? Well, Thankfully, it's not the level of miserable that WoW is, or other parts of the internet that I will not mention on this stream. But, true. People who hate DT are miserable. No, I would draw a more specific line. I think people who hate Dawntrail on an incredibly surface level are miserable. Like, I believe it or not, I do get not liking Wooklamat. I know what Luca just said, and I generally do agree with that. However, you can just not vibe with this and be like, ugh. Oh well, I guess I didn't enjoy that. But I would say the people who insist on telling people about what the things they hate about Dawntrail are like, fucking stop. But yeah, that's drawing aspersions. And anyway, we're in the spoiler shit, and we're not talking about spoilers. So, Evercold takes place on the 4th. And there's obviously some implications about what's happening there. About what's happening there. Aesthetically, there's also some hints that could potentially point to, like, sort of the inspiration for those lands. A lot of people have pointed out, like, the Nordic kind of vibes and architecture that is, or architecture and designs that are in places. There's also evidence of, like, Celtic stuff in there as well, particularly on the Arcane Giants, which is an interesting thing there. But specifically, there were some statements about, like, hey, you will understand X after you play the MSQ that's releasing in a couple of days. And also, we're not going to talk about the Raid series, you'll understand when we get to Berlin. Which I can only interpret as something about this MSQ is going to hint towards that. To which I say... What? What? I mean, other than marketing speak and potentially being just coy in general about, like, we're not going to say too much. What? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? People who bring up how much they hate Dawntrail unprompted are the same kind of person who says, I'm not a bigot, but I'd never date a... fuck. You know, there's a particular, I think, public figure that, related to 14, actually, that, I heard it said verbatim that. Anyway. So funny that they base the 13th on FF4, so the 4th has to be based on 11. Yeah, people are saying it's based on 13. I can't count, or Roman numerals. Yeah, it's, I think we're done with the spoilers. A lot of people have, are speculating... Yeah, 7 was another one I saw. I don't think I buy either of them, to be honest. The scale does remind me a little aesthetically of some things from 13. But then again, I will say, people have, especially with the Endwalker patch quests, people don't give enough credit to 14 for just taking, like, the building blocks of other Final Fantasy 14s and then jumbling them up into, or just taking them as, like, okay, we're trying to think of a character, let's just take this character from here, they have a similar vibe, let's play them a bit differently. Like, I think there is an art to that, and, you know, you can get tired from that, obviously, but, the city concept arts they showed was just fucking Midgar and the Forgotten Capital. Really? Okay. Maybe it's one of these games with, like, a Norse paint job, ultimately. Ran through a 13 aesthetic. I mean, yeah, at some point I do have to kind of yield to the Final Fantasy people in my chat, because, yeah, what Final Fantasies have I played? 14, 16, Tactics Advanced. I may have touched 7 very briefly. So, that is my only reference for this. Tactics Advanced is goated. Tactics Advanced beat my ass. Fucking, I came out of Golden Sun going, oh yeah, more more RPG stuff, and they got met with a tactics game that's like, oh god, the goddamn judge said, I want to play that game on stream. I want to play that game on stream at some point, because I need my adult self to play that and understand if I was just being a baby child, or like that game is actually mean. Because it felt mean. I've played all of them, but have only finished 3. Girl! How do you manage... Well, man who started streaming Bubba Is You in 2021 and still hasn't finished it. Anyway. I am the Final Fantasy superfan girl. I beat numbered game multiple times and most of them platinums. Fuck yeah. FF games I played. Kingdom Hearts 1. Kingdom Hearts 2. But yeah, all of that to say, the talk about the dancing around the cadence of announcements and the timing of the MSQ drops has me very curious for what is in this MSQ. Because I don't know if it's just well, we've told you you're going to the 4th, but talking more about, like, the raid series and stuff like that would give too much away about, like, the aesthetic or potentially narrative inspiration for the world, and we don't want to do that just yet. Or there is actually something about this MSQ that might relate to that or be telling of what we're doing on the 4th. So, yeah. FF has always been special interest number 1. Yeah. I believe it. Anyway, enough rambling. Now, like, fucking, I'm so unused to having, like, multiple very active people in chat now that I forgot how absorbed I can get in the fucking discussion. I need to do the MSQ, otherwise I'm gonna be here until 5 o'clock. Hey, Kryle. In Fate's footsteps. Kryle has a wistful glint in her eyes. Music. I trust you're able to get plenty of rest. That's funny, given recent events. Good. I thought we might take a moment to ponder our next steps, and perhaps reflect on our recent journey. Okay. I must admit, my thoughts often drift to the Mist Continent and our stay in Trenno. It was heartening to see Milala prosper despite the odds. My own flesh and blood strive in that levin-racked landscape. Sphene was eager to restore diplomatic relations, and I have no doubt that Alexandria will provide much-needed support for their neighbor. I too shall do everything I can to aid my home away from home, my wonderful, welcoming family included. For the time being, though, I'd say we've accomplished all within our power. Yay. I suppose that leaves the matter of preservation's research. It is yet unclear how Calyx learned the techniques he used to summon his Dark Primal. And there is likewise much that remains unknown about the key. Let us hope that Shale's efforts bear more fruit. Oh, would you look at that? Can you hear me? Shale and I have been reviewing the decrypted files and have uncovered some intriguing details. Would you care to join us? We'll be with you right away. Excellent. Shale seems rather eager to speak with you all. Come and find us in the Deutero lab when you're ready. Uncanny timing indeed. Let us make for the containment complex. You know what? It's gonna be unavoidable. It's gonna be unavoidable that I need to talk about the FanFest shit, so I'm just gonna put it in the little description I have here. Just so people know. Fuck. Literally forgot what I was gonna say. Because I had that thought immediately. Nope. Are we going back to the puzzle room? Heading for the containment complex? Right, this way. Yes. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Yup. Anything changed here? Courtesy of Shale's decryption efforts, the Oh! Hello! Shit, I almost blew right past this. Courtesy of Shale's decryption efforts, the previously inaccessible research objectives section is now available for perusal. The primary research objective of Containment Complex 1029 is the indefinite preservation of the Endless. Continued improvements to soul cell and regulator functionality are intended to facilitate the Endless Fiend's management of living memory. It is via this process of iteration that we endeavor to identify and resolve any and all issues inherent in endless creation. Wait. Regulator functionality intended to facilitate its management. Right. Chief among known issues is our present inability to control the key. For if we fail to secure the reflections as additional sources of ether, our ultimate goal will remain forever out of reach. Jesus fucking Christ. It's kind of funny, like, knowing some more of the contextual information about the reflections and that. Because it's not really clear if, they were aware of it. But, like, they would literally find less ether in the reflections than they would in the source. So it would ultimately, I think this is the same as usual, or last time. Visual flailing. Suspicious manner. Yeah, okay. Don't think anything's changed there. So, like, even if they did manage to get to the other reflections, like, it would prove very little help for their ends. Looks like the personal effects director's data tablet. Search the locker again. Yippee! Unless something's changed in here. Nope. I do find, like, shock of that moment aside, it is very funny that all those photos are of Calyx in the fucking void in the cutscenes we've seen, and not, like, bespoke pictures that would have been of him, like, in literally any scenario that would actually line up with his existence at the time. Alright, hi everyone. Given that all the data is stored within Electrip devices, Shale's expertise has proven invaluable. I bet. So how gay are you two now?
Ah, you're just in time for a progress report. The decryption is finally complete. As we suspected, the data represents a partial record of Preservation's research documents.
Choosing to believe that means he downloaded them from Calyx's personal folder on the network. Awesome. Yep, we love Shale in this house. Admittedly, that's not a very unpopular opinion, but, you know.
A quick scan of the files, however, failed to turn up the information Y'shtola was after.
Although I will admit, like, I feel like there aren't many Ellison women who get a spotlight and, like, everyone loves in the game. Mother Miyun is probably, like, the one, like, a big exception, obviously, because she's one of the first characters you'd encounter, but, yeah.
Indeed. No mention of the Ascians, or primal summoning techniques for that matter.
Oh, yeah, Yzael, yeah. Sorry. I'm thinking, like, I am thinking Stormblood onwards. For some reason, I collapsed Yzael into A Realm Reborn, because, I mean, technically A Realm Reborn... She does appear in A Realm Reborn. Alive. There's a lot of characters that should still be alive, Charles.
While Cadix doubtless received instruction from someone possessed of such knowledge, there was naught to identify this benevolent mentor. I am, however, pleased to say that we found several reports concerning the key.
We know the key is used to open paths between worlds, and was a treasured relic of the Milala. And just as the Milala were unable to return after reaching the Mist Continent, so too was Preservation unable to gain a mastery of the prize which had passed into their possession. The data suggests that a particular formula or procedure is required. A process which Calyx appears to have understood to some degree. Yet the key proved fickle. Perfectly replicating conditions was no guarantee of success. And even when they did manage to generate a modest portal, the destination was never the one they expected. The reports practically screamed their frustration, describing the experience as being dragged around by a traveler picking roads without rhyme or reason. Serves them right, I say.
Asm did that deliberately, as a prank.
After much trial and error, Preservation began to experiment with external actuation devices for the key. Striving to maintain a stable pathway to a chosen location, they conceived of the technology that forms the gate to the Golden City.
So, their tribulations ultimately afforded them control of the key, albeit in a limited capacity, which, of course, explains why they were able to instruct Zoralja in its use.
Sorry, what? Hold on, what? Oh, right.
Thus enabling the unprecedented feat of transferring Everkeep and its environs to the source. After the Endless Fiend took the key unto herself, she opened pathways to other reflections in her hunt for ether, did she not?
The Milala merely used it to facilitate their exodus. To think what the key has now wrought in different hands.
Wait, that's something I never considered. Had they actually managed to get to other reflections before they landed, before Zoralja went to the 9th and then put them onto the source? Oh shit! Hold on! Fuck. I never thought about that before.
For all we know, the actuation device augmented the key's power beyond its intended scope. Were your goal to plunder whole worlds of their ether, a tool designed to simply transfer people would likely be insufficient.
Shale, I don't suppose you would be able to remove the actuation device?
The machine made for that very purpose is still functional, thankfully. It shouldn't be a problem.
What do you think? We don't even know how the key works. If the device is somehow interfering or amplifying its capabilities, I believe we ought to remove it.
Yeah, I generally agree with that. mean, admittedly, part of that is just I know meta knowledge about what
Give me
this
a
thing
moment.
probably is. Also, I didn't mention it before. Fuck, the music fell out. I'll get back to that in a second. There it is. Certainly seems Amaritine, at the very least. Stoller?
My word.
Girl?
Ishtola?
Oh, that's really cool. So, I should probably talk about headcanons about this moment, because, like, this will be important because it speaks to something I like about this item that I wonder if they'll come up. Like, I have this thing in my head where, like, both Y'shtola and Aldine are like, actually, I don't think Sphene should let that thing escape the source, and Aldine actually manages to get, I think, one of his summons to, like, touch this thing, and upon touching it, he gets this, like, fucked up vision of something, some presence aware of the key that is, like, not conscious or anything, but just something that lingers around it. Because I like the idea that, like, Azem, in creating this thing, put a little bit of themselves into it, which is very funny that, like, in canon, this thing, the actual, I guess, key, or, I don't even know what we call that thing. We might get a name for it here. But that thing is actually extremely fickle, kind of like Azem, who, you know, tends to wander around and do things on a whim. I really like the idea that, like, approaching this thing, like, whatever became of Azem in my canon, which is something I want to write about. I don't really want to, like, just say it out loud. I'd rather actually it be in writing, or in a piece of writing. But I like the idea that this is, like, the closest you could possibly get to Azem, but because there's so much of them in it, that it actually has this, like, strange aura around it that feels like a cognizant presence, but isn't, because, well, presumably Azem got, sundered like everyone else. Getting real Auracide vibes from this, Wall, who has been getting fucked over by Auracite for 5 expansions. Yeah, it's just like, oh, fuck, what kind of fucked up visions am I having? And then they turn to Y'shtola and they're like, oh, thank God it's not me. Oh, that fuck. And of course Y'shtola would see that.
This is the first time I've beheld the key in all its unobscured glory. The sheer density is extraordinary. 'Tis akin to the structures we saw beneath the Tempest.
Yep, there it is.
Now that you mention it, the ornamentation is reminiscent of Amarot.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed anything since the key has been in your possession?
Yep. Talk about it. You... Reminds me of Azem's crystal.
You're suggesting the key has some connection with Azem. A plausible theory, although one we are yet unequipped to prove.
My apologies.
You don't need to apologize about getting a phone call, Kryl. Damn.
Hello? Yes, this is Kryl speaking. That was Ojika with a message for us.
Baldessian? Huh?
An urgent matter?
I'm not altogether sure. Tataru requires our counsel, and hoped to call upon us in person at the Baldessian Annex.
It's probably
Though
leading to what it
disappointed
is.
we were not present, she appeared content to wait until our travels brought us back to Sharlayan, insisting that it did not merit our immediate summons. Her tone suggested otherwise, however, and Ojika felt compelled to contact us directly.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
He said the thing.
You'd best go. Though I'll not deny that I'll be sad to see you leave.
Yeah, we're sad to go, honestly. Fucking great character, Shale.
Oh, Shale. I can't even begin to thank you for all you've done. We will be forever indebted to you and your Oblivion colleagues.
The debt is ours. We'll never forget the sacrifices you've made for us, for Alexandria. In the meantime, I shall keep sifting through the data. You'll hear as soon as I find anything of note.
How many do you think Ken and their wall having a little fling with Shale? Indeterminate number +1. I'll let you guess what the +1 is for.
A little longer, if you don't mind.
You are most welcome.
Okay, so the obvious joke here is gay, but also... Hey, could we get, like, one other person in this room just to make sure Y'shtola doesn't do something stupid? You know, that thing she keeps doing with powerful magics?
And might I borrow the key for a while? I wish to study it further. With the utmost care, I assure you.
Well then, shall we be off? Ojika will be expecting us.
Trail to the heavens. Oh, fuck. The thing from Evercold did talk about people who came from the sky. You know, on that note, there was a thought I just had when, Kryl was talking about Kryl and Grahard were discussing the possibility that that Sphene had already opened portals to other reflections. Like, there was a whole notion of, like, everything changed when the people from the sky came. What if that was people from the 9th? Okay, sorry. We're about to go into a little bit of Evercold talk here, but I feel like this is probably important for what this might be getting towards. The framing of that trailer is strange. And not in, like, a super weird, hard-to-interpret way, but, like, well, I'd argue there's a little bit of interpretation that's made difficult by it. But it's distinct and, like, what's the word I want to use here? It feels purposeful and seems to obfuscate things. So, like, there's an older woman older Mikote woman if you buy the, you know, buy the tale. And I think a young Aura girl... I need to look at their horns again. And they're discussing the story of basically what amounts to the history of the Fourth, right? And, you know, it starts off with, you know, the place used to be really great and everyone had what they needed, but then the frost came, with them the giants came, and slowly the world was encased in ice. The interesting detail about how that story kind of evolves is that the people of the Fourth were stuck and couldn't, like, it was really struggling to continue on until people from the sky came, who were given the title Far Wanderer. And it's implied that they kind of helped in an indistinct way. You know, things were looking grim as the planet was freezing over, but then these people came and things changed from there. Unclear as to what exactly that is. However, from all of the art we've seen of Evercold so far, there's no ice, or there's very little ice. And indeed, the initial shot of the trailer, or some of the initial shots of the trailer, show the Warrior of Light with Alphino and Estinian in a place that looks like the Sea of Clouds, like, you know, bits of land that are floating through the sky. Sorry, I just realized I should probably talk about this while I'm getting to the destination. Given that preservation could unlock the secrets of the key, it should come as no surprise that we too struggle to understand its nature, or could not unlock the secrets of the key. In any event, do give Tatara my regards when you see her. I ought to mention that we also uncovered information unrelated to the key. According to Shale, certain confidential reports are now accessible via devices in the Researchers' Commons in the Director's Office. You might wish to peruse the files before you depart for Sharlayan. Oh, there's another one I missed. Okay. My colleagues will be just as saddened by your departure. Until we meet again, safe journeys. Director's Office. Is that the bit, that we go through the elevator? My theory is that there's going to be kind of a dynamic frosting event in the zones that's going to be part of how they're going to make zones more than content boxes. I do also think that there's a possibility that is the case. Sorry, 1 second. Is that in the data tablet? Oh, memory duplication. Hello. It is well known that Alexandrian royal family, the Alexandrian royal family promulgated a number of fundamental principles governing endless research. Among these was the strict prohibition on memory duplication. However, in the wake of the Storm Surge, the provisional government sought to revise this prohibition and make one key exception: Queen Sphene. The decision was ultimately made to equip her Endless counterpart with a Tiara variant regulator, thereby enabling the routine backup of her memories. Intriguingly, it was Master Calix who objected most strenuously to this proposal. It was his assertion that one's corporeal form, whether flesh and blood or endless construct, is nothing more than a vessel, and that as a vessel it is to be modified and experimented on should circumstances require it. Memory, however, was sacrosanct and inviolable, the very essence of life and personhood. When Master Calix eventually acquiesced to the provisional government's request, a number of this facility's personnel duplicated their memories to verify the efficacy of the technology. Yet Master Calix refused to entertain the notion. To this day, he has avoided creating even a single backup of his own memories, a resolution which I myself have chosen to emulate. Huh. Yeah, that is interesting. I was gonna make a joke about the Mikote you were talking about being one of Y'shtola's sisters. Dude, oh my god. Okay, listen. Some of these I can definitely forgive because it's just like in the moment, like, oh, I wonder, surely that's meant to be a thing. Who is it? The amount of fucking people jumping to, oh my god, Matoya, or oh my god, Y'shtola, is just like, Oh my god, you motherfuckers see an old woman and evidence that it's a Makote, and you leap to the one fucking Makote woman in the silence. Like, god damn, this is Dark Souls 2 all over again, where people just can't pass that old woman telling story is such a goddamn, like, universal fucking, constant throughout goddamn literature. It's so frustrating. Go and read a book! Yeah, literally. Is this Y'shtola? Fucking hell. Like, look. I'm not against the notion that there's some coy things going on there, right? It was purposeful to include a bunch of Aura in that trailer and then have the old woman be a Mikote. There's probably a reason for that. But the reason doesn't have to be Shyamalan twist, oh my god, that was Minfilia again. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's expecting a Shadowbringers Minfilia moment, and I'm just like, bruh, my siblings in Heidelin, stop it. when the narrator implements a framing device. Oh, fucking awesome. Can't get past it, Wolfie. I know. Fuck, what was I saying? What was I saying about, oh, yeah, the whole notion that it could have been Sphene and that, like, in the sky. So, my theory, and newest girl, I really love what you're talking about from, like, a mechanical perspective. I also think that's not out of the question. But my immediate thought in terms of, like, just solid ground foundations is that the people they are talking about are not us. Because if it was referring to us, we are watching a scene that is far in the future compared to where we're entering the story. But it seems to make more sense that actually this is talking about a group of people in the past who helped the Force survive the winter. And it seems to be through some big technological leaps. Like, I'm wondering if those kind of islands and stuff like that aren't, like, leveraging the geothermal energies of the planet. Like, I'm unaware if a planet freezes over, does the internal temperature of a planet mean much if it doesn't really surface onto the surface? Like, does that change the climate? If our planet got suddenly warmer in the center, what does that do to the rest of the planet? Don't actually know. Assuming it remains stable and all that, like, I don't know if that does much of anything. So I have to imagine geothermal mining, specifically to be able to fuel these things, might be a big part of how they were able to survive. And, you know, there's also the screenshots of those areas with, like, the lava and shit on it, so I'm like, where do you get heat from on a frozen planet? From the planet core, goddammit. My one counterpoint to the story being explicitly not us is that one of the areas on the map that gets frozen over is one of the screenshot towns from the keynote. Yeah, so the bit I'm unsure about is because I'm getting there's two things in tension in my mind. There's the framing of that scene as talking about something in the past that may or may not relate to it, that nebulously talks about a people that change things, and all of the screenshots that are showing, you know, green pastures, lively places, all that kind of stuff. Like, it'd be interesting to see a reverse Shadowbringers where as you leave each area, it actually starts getting frozen over because you're actively fighting a calamity that's about to happen, which is a really fucking cool concept. Like, really fucking cool. And I do think that there might be, like, the story might be a little too stagnant if the places we're going aren't actively under threat from that frozen planet. But I have a hard time, meshing these two thoughts together, because I think in some ways they're incompatible. hard to know if the lines and images are given actually line up or if they've edited in a way to obfuscate things. They've done it both ways in the past. But has it ever been... I don't know if that's true, though, because this is... Usually the trailers are a person speaking over a bunch of disparate scenes. This is diegetic characters effectively having a story conversation across a trailer. Now, I'm not saying that that's not a possibility, but I find it harder to believe that what was presented isn't presented in that way for a reason that is not just to pull the rug out from under you. Like, I don't think that's the only reason that is written that way. Like, if it's in... And admittedly, they've done obfuscation a fair bit in the past, but if that was pure obfuscation, I'd actually be kind of annoyed, because then why did you present it like that? But, yeah. First Shadowbringers teaser implied we were going to Garlemald, for example. Okay, but that's not the same as... Like, sorry, I'm talking about a very specific aspect of the trailer that we were presented. You're talking about a very specific broad takeaway from the things you were presented. These aren't the same thing. But yeah, that's something I can look into on my own time. It's probably not something worth litigating, like, right now. But yeah, all that to say, I actually never thought that there might actually be a connection between the 9th and other reflections, let alone the 9th and the 4th. You know? And, like, they don't literally have Solution 9 tech, right? But they do have some really advanced shit there. Like, if they've managed to actually escape the planet for whatever reason. Well, yeah, no, oh god. I like the speculation aspect of it, like, for sure. That this is provided. Because, like, I'm wrestling with, like, but if all of it's in the air, how are they getting the geothermal stuff? But if they're on the planet, then surely that means that the frost is actively coming. But then surely that means that the Far Wanderers are actually us. So then, why... Like, the idea that we're fighting the Calamity is probably the most exciting thing to me. Yeah, anyway. There's probably some thoughts I can have about all of that stuff after I get some more information from the game. Ugh. Welcome back. What a pleasure to see. It is to see you too, Aldine. Thank you for contacting us, Ojika. We came as soon as we could. Of course. I felt it prudent, given how troubled Tataru was. Your concern is much appreciated. As it so happens, we'd reached a convenient juncture in our investigation. Shayla and Y'shtola have matters well in hand, leaving us free to make this trip. That's a relief to hear. Now, let me fetch Tataru for you. Why don't you take a moment to relax in the main hall? I'm sure you're all still fatigued from your journey. Fuck yeah, Luca. And yeah, like, okay, look, I really like talking about Dawntrail. I really like discussing Dawntrail with certain people. I really like a lot of the things Dawntrail leaves on it, and I think it is a very interesting game to talk about, also specifically because it rubbed people the wrong way. I am going to be so happy that the vast majority of the 14 community is not going to be talking about Dawntrail anymore. Oh my god, it is so fucking frustrating over the years to, like, hear people talk about this goddamn expansion. Because the way they talk about it is so disingenuous in many aspects. Yeah. Again, what the fuck is that post that was like, finding Fujoshis in your community is like finding worms in soil? It's a sign of like a good environment, etc., etc. You can be both. I am both. Yep, I can confirm. I think the kids would say Fujo maxing these days. Yup. Something like that. Only now is it beginning to feel like we've actually returned. Such fond memories within these four walls. Given how frequently Tataru is away on business these days, it is a small miracle we're in the same place at the same time. Well, I mean, she called us here, so I hope she is. Yeah. I mean, fuck, like, I like, almost on a whim, I wrote, like, 9k words about, like, a yaoi AU a VTuber had. Because that managed to just...
Planning your next journey?
Well, admittedly, that was because I was like, oh, I could write some tragic shit to this, and ended up doing that, which I'm pretty proud of. Love being bi. Same. I love being under the bi umbrella. Wow, infinite cakes.
Oh no, just reminiscing.
There's so many fucking cakes. True.
Thinking back to when you bought this map, and how you all encouraged me to make the voyage to Tural.
Getting a little warm in here.
Are you glad you did?
As if you need ask.
Welcome back.
Hi, Tataru. We missed you. Wonderful to see you again, Tataru.
I'm so glad you're here.
Ojika contacted us. He intimated that you were rather concerned.
It's been 5 years. Wasn't there one at the beginning of Dawntrail? Oh fuck, was the last time we heard from her in 6.1? No, she did see us off. Wait, no, am I thinking of... No, hold on, I think I'm thinking of the beginning of, Endwalker. I think she was unvoiced in 6.1? No, in 6.1, the very first scene of 6.1 is you go back to the Rising Sands and have an extended conversation with Tataru as she gives you your new outfit for the patches and then sends you on your way. Like, that's the very first thing that happens.
Come to think of it, Alphino said he and Alize would pay you a visit upon their return. Have you not seen them?
Oh no, they were here. I was regaled with many a tale of your Turali adventures. It was only once they departed for Garlemord that the rumors came to my attention.
Oh?
Rather alarmingly, void-sent sightings seem to be on the rise across the star.
Across the star?
I was reluctant to bother you with mere hearsay, especially when you had more pressing matters to contend with. But earlier I received a confidential report from the Grand Company of Eorzea. It's as if a mighty dam has been breached, flooding the land with foul creatures.
So we got Golbez too?
For a blessing, most nations have managed to keep the invaders in check, and casualties appear to be minimal thus far. Though the same cannot be said for those regions with a deeper connection to the void.
Yeah, like Garlemald.
Their fissures continue to manifest without end, putting countless innocents in danger.
A deeper connection to the void. Garlemald is the home of the Reapers, is it not?
Mericidia is probably fucked right now. Does that have a... Like, I know a portal was open to the void, but, wasn't that by the Allegans at the Crystal Tower? I didn't think Mericidia had much more void, shit.
It is. Alphino and Alizé were there when the trouble began, and have since sent word that the situation has taken a dreadful turn.
Oh, so, like, the war with Alig, like, you know, wore thin the barrier between... Yeah, that makes sense. I am wondering what's happening here, though, because given we know the context of this, like, withering that Halmarit has been alluding to, I have to wonder if this is, like, the 13th experiencing those symptoms first and all of the Void Sent trying to escape. Oh. Big cutaway. Short while earlier in Tertium. Like, because it's listing towards the astral, a lot of things happen faster, which is the whole reason that death doesn't really exist there.
Thus concludes the abridged account of our time in Taral. Now I shall leave you with the words of the late Dawn servant, Galul Jajar. Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship. A notion that rings true for Eorzeans no less than it does for the diverse peoples of Tuliolol.
And for Garleans as well. Even sharing something as simple as a local dish can pave avenues of understanding. It's up to all of us to forge new bonds, together.
Thank you for sharing your tale. Better they hear it firsthand than endure my clumsy retelling. Your words give me hope that we might achieve something similar here in Garlemald.
We all have the capacity to affect change. Our time in Taral taught us that much. And now that we've returned, it's time we rolled up our sleeves and got back to work.
Monkey's paw curls.
I've already sent missives to the other nations, informing them of our Alexandrian friends. I also intend to notify the Garlean community officially. If both sides are amenable to the proposition, we shall gladly assist in establishing diplomatic relations with Alexandria and Tuliolol.
Thank you. But are you sure you've recovered from your journey? It sounded like you've hardly had time to catch your breath.
They're teenagers. I'm sure they'll bounce back.
Sir!
Uh-oh.
Lapis Manalis is overrun with Void Scent. We've sustained heavy civilian casualties.
What?
Tritium Squadron reporting in. We're under attack. Void Scent appeared out of nowhere and ambushed us during a routine inspection. Damn it. Is that another Fisher? No, no, no! Ah!
Damn. Put his whole pussy in that
My
one.
comrades are under attack. We have to do something.
There's no time to lose! Come on!
The Garlean community is ill-equipped to defend themselves against such a threat. Even with the aid of the twins and the Ilzabard contingent, they face daunting odds.
Well.
We shall leave for Garlemald immediately.
Thank you. I was able to contact Thancred and Urianger too. They're already on their way. With any luck, you'll be able to rendezvous with them on arrival.
Clearly, we made the right decision to come to Charlian, though I dearly wish the circumstances of our return were not so grave. I don't believe we've seen Thancred and Urianger since our battle with the Endless Fiend, have we? He too must have returned here at some point. Yeah. I've been told Alphino and Alisaie have withdrawn to Tertium to request aid on the front lines. They seemed intent on rejoining the battle once reinforcements are ready, but I shall tell them to wait until you arrive. Yes, please do that. They should probably fucking wait. Uh-oh. Oh, no, it just needed to lock me in as it changed characters out. Sorry to send you packing so soon after your homecoming, but Garlemald desperately needs your aid. No, same thing. Right, that was just money. 2 worlds intertwined. Oh, 2 worlds entwined, sorry. Grahatia wears a pensive expression. And just like that, we find ourselves faced with another emergency. Fortunately, there is yet time for us to make a difference. Let us make haste for Tertium. Sorry to send you packing. Yup. Yeah, like, that was my biggest question, is, like, why, like, okay, we like, from the trailer, I know Golbez and Zero show up, so I'm assuming it's something, like, fairly, oh, there's Urianger and Thancred, in their winter gear, too. So obviously, like, you know, we're probably gonna... There's something happening on the 13th. Like, that seems to stand to reason. But it still could be a lot of things. It could be Halmer deliberately doing shit. It could be the Withering coming and a consequence of the Void Sent trying to escape destruction. Yeah. Thank you for coming at such short notice. I'm glad you're here. It's been far too long, Aldine. Well met, my friend. Now, let us hearken unto Alphino's words. Oh, by the way, I've been playing the Talos Principle. Fucking Urianger's voice actor is a major character in that, and he's playing like a godly figure, so I hear Urianger's voice booming out across the game going, "Are you stuck on a puzzle, little one?" And I'm sitting there like, yes, I'm very dumb, Urianger. Urianger sighing as he has to take off the slutty back dress again. Look, he's wearing that underneath. That's just a coat. Don't worry about it. He's always slutty now. Ah, Aldine, you've made it in time.
You picked a frosty spot for a reunion.
Hey, is anyone else noticing how much fucking voice acting is in this first bit of the fucking story? What the fuck? I mean, maybe it is a bit shorter than the other MSQ parts, which allows them to condense it a bit more, but, like, there's a high concentration of voice acting so far.
Tataru sent word that you were coming. Full glad am I to see you all. Though I'm afraid this is no time for pleasantries. Planar fissures have opened up across Garlemald, inundating the region with void scent. As far as we can ascertain, there are 2 focal points of their assault. The Ilzabard contingent are combating the threat in Lapis Manalis. Although they have suffered casualties, they appear to have the upper hand.
As well they should. The many talented Uldan thaumaturges among them should be more than capable of closing any fissures they encounter.
Ooh, Uldan thaumaturge mention.
Which leaves the second focal point, the Clutium. Eulus and the Garlean community are attempting to mount a counterattack, but are struggling to cope with the sheer number of Voidsent.
Clutium, huh? I guess we're not finding the clit today.
They've fallen back to the north of the Imperial Palace. Can you lend your aid in securing the area?
With your blessing, I would tend to the wounded returning from battle.
Of course, Kryl. Thank you.
Yeah.
The quickest route from here to the front is via the train tracks. Once we arrive, we can support the Garlean forces as we make for the fissure in the munitions factory.
Sweet. Yeah, it's a shame that by finding this dungeon it won't actually help anyone in that way. It's a real shame. Damn, we're getting dropped right into the fucking dungeon. This must end up being short, right? Like, there's no fucking way this works this way otherwise. Actually, no. Yeah, it's Sam at 750? Yeah, there we go. Alright, Aldine's no longer dressed for the weather, but it's fine. I've often thought that if I had been more adept in tending to the wounded of Solution 9, perhaps not so many would have been lost. I shall do my utmost to see that I do not look back at this battle with regret. Small talk. In these frosty climes, the weather is as much an adversary as any void scent. We ought not tarry. I have seen to my preparations. I suggest we sally forth ere the cold winds sap our strength. Can't say I have your knack for dispatching void scent, but our time in Tural gave me many opportunities to hone my skills. You shan't find me wanting. Most of my playtime since the patch dropped has been collecting dungeon gear for outfit glamours and the armoire. Yeah, I need to get on that. Honestly, like, there's so much other shit happening right now. Path of Exile 1's recent league was like a big hit, and then I went into a writing fever, and then I went into planning writing. So, and like in amongst that writing, I basically just like tried to grind for the relic. But beyond that, like, I haven't really been doing much glamour shit. I think I need to look for more inspiration for outfits, because, like, I'm a person who's not very good at, like, taking lots and lots of different outfit options and being like, oh, I like these few together and do that. Like, basically, I've just stuck with gear that has just looked good as I've gone through the game, especially even for canon outfits for the Warriors of Light. I really need to actually lock in and find some good shit. Also farmed out the level 15 to 47 AR dungeon for beast leveling. Jesus Christ, newest girl. Even with Magitech support, the Garleans are struggling to beat back the Void Scent. We must join them as soon as possible. The Clutium once supplied the Imperial Army with all manner of munitions and war machina. Like many such facilities, I am told it had fallen to ruin in the wake of the Empire's collapse. Enter the Clutium. Alphino and Rianche only have healer. Fuck.
My turn. 'Twould be a pleasure as always.
Let's give it our all.
I'm gonna be fighting Alizé over the fucking LB. But sure. Yeah. Oh, right, I need to close that and then... There we go. Been living in the dungeons all week, I fear. Well, at least you're having fun. Ooh. Good track. Oh shit, what's that motif? The... Fuck. I should remember that, but I don't. Oh, I should have taken Graha as my tank. Oh, fuck it. I can no longer say go my Graha. Fuck. Go my Thancred. Oh, I did that wrong. Fuck it. Yeah, I fucked that up majorly. Oh my god.
You underestimate me!
I have you! You're mine!
I guess this is as good a time as any to talk about the Evercold, like, combat changes. I'm excited for them. I really need to see more examples of what they're doing for DPS, because that shit could be either completely wild, or it's gonna be pretty samey in, like, groups of, classes. Oh. Virus. Go, my Thancred. Thancred. Thancred, go. Uh-oh. What the fuck is happening to my OBS chat? What? Thancred gets to keep Rough Divide. Oh my god, he did, didn't he? Awesome.
You'll not escape this!
Get their ass, Alphinaud. Ah, almost got it. Recognize those... Okay, no, that's... Haven't seen those symbols on flags before. It must be just, sort of different symbology. Or iconography. That's the word I was looking for.
You're a sight for sore eyes.
Hi, Euless. Please, no. You know, I'm not gonna lie, newest girl. I had that exact same thought and then went, nah, that's probably a bit much. But you're so right. Oh, fuck. That's really funny. 14 players when they go through a dungeon in snow, in snowy buildings. Oh my god, Stone Vigil 2, let's go. I gotta be honest, I've been playing a lot more Picto in dungeons. Man, that rotation feels so much more dynamic compared to Samurai. There we go.
Appreciate the help. We'll handle things from here. Take care of the Fisher.
Alright. Stone Vigil was so good, why there's no Stone Vigil 2? The humble Stone Vigil hard 12% crit. Yeah, true! To be honest, maybe this is a weird opinion or like a not very popular opinion. I don't think many of the hard mode dungeons are actually good. Some of them have appreciable difficulty. I won't deny that, but some of them are not good. Go my Thancred. Go my Thancred. There we go. What is happening? Make up your goddamn mind. This is a fucking variant dungeon shit all over again. All eyes on me. Send it up to fuck. What? What is? Okay, I thought I stopped as I approached that, but evidently not. Fine.
Escape this!
Did that count the melee strike? I didn't hit a button, I didn't touch anything. That was almost certainly the auto attack. Oh my god. I like Ferris Sirius hard. Yeah, like, some of them are genuinely fun because they're hard, but some of them are just not good. I have solved your mechanic.
How's this? My turn.
Alizé Leveilleur, we are having a discussion after this dungeon. Girl! That is absolutely a canon, Vevern and Alizé interaction, by the way. Alizé, I am the melee. Stop stealing the LB. Actually, I think I just messed that up. Hold on, we can save this. wait. Eyes on Me is a interesting name for an attack. Yeah. Isn't that a song in FF8? I want to say. Yeah, I thought so. Man, would have been really good to have an LB around now. Alizé. Boo. Big vocal track they played as climactic. Yeah, I thought so. Is something to do with Renoa, if I remember correctly? I don't know if I already said that. Restricted access. Ooh. See, now we're spicing it up a little bit with the cerulean fire. I'm begging y'all to use your AoE abilities. What AoE abilities, says the NPC? Renoa's mom. Oh. Duo trusts are gonna go so hard. Yeah, that'll be cute. Not something I'm terribly interested in, but glad it exists. Visitant. Alright, Kefka. You know how many people I can strong-arm through the MSQ if I play duo with them properly? Yeah. I imagine a non-insignificant amount of people, especially now that the, free trial of critically acclaimed MMO Final Fantasy XIV now has an extended free trial that includes Heavensward, Stormblood, and literal peak Shadowbringers with a playtime of... with a level cap of 80 and unlimited playtime.
I have you.
I didn't really nail that, but I think I got it close enough. Let me get the... Thank you. No, we're going away from the Clydium. Can't believe they added Shadowbringers to the free trial. Yeah. I was discussing that with Mina, and, like, on one hand, it does make sense, because, like, Stormblood, whilst that is objectively still a great deal, Stormblood isn't as, beloved as the other expansions, obviously. Shadowbringers in particular. But, like, and it makes sense that, like, they include, like, a bigger hit, right? So, like, because... To be honest, I kind of agree. I think it'd be hard to put down the game after you got through Shadowbringers. Like, that seems really... That seems like it'd get a lot of people. But also, yeah, no, exactly. The state of the world leading into Shadowbringers, is, like, a massive fucking cliffhanger. So from that perspective, I also think, like, oh, wow, that's kind of money on the table they're leaving. But the other thing I did think about was, hey, you know what's kind of a like, besides the length of the story, you know what would be a really hard sell now? By Shadowbringers, by Endwalker, by Dawntrail, by Evercold. That's a lot of games to buy. That's a lot of games to buy. It may just straight up be that they have 3 active expansions not in the free trial from now on, and that's just how that goes. It wouldn't surprise me. Oh, I just fucked up. Okay. Buying the newest expansion gives you all the previous ones. Oh, does it? Oh. Never mind then. So realistically, it's either the free trial or the active expansion which you pay for. And it only gets funky when the pre-order for the upcoming expansion goes out. Right. Yes, that makes sense. Whee! Okay. Fuck everyone that was posting goddamn, hashtagless, wordless pictures of this motherfucker. This would have been so funny to come across in the middle of goddamn out of nowhere. But there were people on on my fucking Blue Sky timeline, day 1, posting this. With no fucking words for me to filter out. I'm so annoyed. Fuck all of you. Chort. Yes, my son is also named Chort. Whoa, what the fuck is... Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. Nope. I don't think that was you, Luca, for the record. Oh. Honestly, I think one of... actually, no, I don't want to... It's not worth a fucking, call out or anything like that. It's just fucking... Just basic courtesy to your fellow fucking gamers. Don't goddamn post. I know it's, like, ineffectual, ultimately. Like, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but goddamn it. I wanted to experience Chort organically. Alice Levio, I swear to fucking God. Yes, I wanted my organic Chort experience, damn it. Nope. Nope, bait, that was bait. Oh god, I fucked that up so badly. Whatever. God, that is gonna be... I feel like that might be fun to heal. Oh wait, I'm Sage. I just Panheimer that.
You underestimate me.
Maybe not. Maybe that's just easy for me, actually. Fucking love Chort. Liturgy of the Bell, my beloved. True. God, Panheimer is so fun. It's so fun to find a reason to use it.
We mustn't hold back.
God, I can always feel it when I don't have the cast speed buff, on Samurai. Sometimes I play White Mage and pretend I'm a healer for real. I'm gonna be honest, White Mage puts me to fucking sleep. Don't give me the ability to just erase all damage that's been done. I love Sage so much more. Also probably because it's the closest I'd ever get to Disciplined Priest in a different MMO. Managed to heal through the first, full first mount gold pull. Fuck yes. We love to see it. Scrap Bibulus. Ow. Oh my god. We actually split up damage amongst the enemies a bit. Unprecedented. Like, to be fair, there were some people that just contextlessly posted Chort. And I was like, what the fuck is that? But then, like, there were also just textless posts with pictures of Chort, and I was like, fuck, now I know what Chort is. Again, I wanted to find out about Chort organically, goddammit. Go, my Thancred. Yes. Thancred! Thancred! I think I need to hold off on this next 2 minute, because it's not gonna line up with Burst otherwise, maybe? I don't know, is it actually worth double dotting? It might be, honestly. I mean, if it's worth doing it in single target for most of the duration, well, for the majority of the duration being up, then there's got to be something to it. I don't actually remember what the potency on that is. What is it? It's, 200 and then 20 times 50, which would be 1,000? Dari always crits. It's gonna be more than that. Oh fuck, I don't know how to do the math on that one. That's too much math to do off the dome. The second you have to factor in opportunity cost, it's like really hard to like maintain. Ow. Or it can sometimes be hard to like account for all of it. What? Why didn't... Oh, because I didn't, do this. Miss 5.4 monk. I'm so curious what the rest of the jobs are gonna look like in Evolved mode. That Dragoon showcase, like, it made me go, okay, they're doing some weird shit, that's good. But I'm also then just like, Fuck, I want to know what the weird shit they're doing for Pictomancer and Samurai and Summoner and Black Mage and... just all of them are. Oh, hi. Malphus, Masterful Manipulator. Oh, there you are.
Welcome to my domain, mortals.
Rubbish disposal. Are you something that was made a void sent here?
Take form and serve. Carry out my will.
Oh.
Now for something different.
Oh shit, I don't like that. Oh, just explosions, alright. Oh! Okay.
Time to pull the string.
I love being at max melee, I love being at max melee, I love being at max melee.
My turn.
Huh? Uh-oh. Oh, that was a... Right, I didn't read that correctly. Oh, hold on. They're moving. Oh, no. No. Fuckers are trying to kill me!
Time to pull the string.
Oh.
We mustn't hold back.
God damn it. Can we get the LB2? Ha! I got it! Didn't even get to use it. Malthus is the one... Malthus is the name of one of Hope's boomerangs in 13. Evercold has 13 aesthetics. The shirt says, guess who's back. Boomerangs come back when you throw them. The Fizz range job is a giant boomerang job like Sengo from Inuyasha. Oh, God. It's all true. Yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, the idea... I gotta go! Where go? You. Originating from the region of Corvos, this variety of goat spread north alongside Garlean migration, and products made with its milk were once common in the imperial capital. This young creature appears to have lost its master in the chaos of civil war, and it now looks to you to protect and pamper it. Ow! Oof, ouch, my heart. Also, interesting you're not dead. Huh. Okay. Yeah, okay. Gonna be in samurai gear for this cutscene, I guess. I'm gonna have a break after this dungeon, by the way.
I think that's all of them.
We need but seal the fissure to prevent further ingress.
It's over.
Yeah, that's true. Dancers... It'd probably be hard to not step on Dancer's toes. Admittedly, though, like, that's just from one part of their aesthetic. I don't know. I feel like there's probably a way you could make that work.
I can only imagine the extent of the damage were it not for your aid. On behalf of the Garlean community, I thank you for all you've done for my people.
Yep. Here it goes.
I shall close the fissure post-haste.
You risked your life in vanquishing the creature. Would you at least let me bear the burden of deciding its fate? You want to go back to the void? Your kind have entered this realm before, some seeking death that they might rejoin the life stream. But you would choose that dark, deathless place?
Such a place. But I cannot get burned apart with the void. If only the winds would blow there, as they do here. I long to return, to see my home unsullied, as it once was.
So this is... Okay, interesting. So they're framing this as the usual void scent kind of thing. This, like, being torn between, wanting to... Well, it's reframing... Well, not reframing. It's building it off the typical void scent kind of motivation of trying to enjoy the live stream, like a bunch did in fucking, in the Endwalker patches. But it's adding texture to that. That, like, the void scent you still recall... The void scent who was still intelligent... Well, not intelligent enough. That retain enough memories of the past, like, still yearn for it, which is why they go to the source. Not to die, but simply to experience a place that isn't corrupted like theirs.
We know that pain all too well. If that is your wish, you must forsake this aggression. Go back to the Void and devote yourself to its restoration. I have a friend, Zero, who hails from your home. She and her companions strive to bring light into the Void from another world blighted with imbalance. I hear their efforts have already met with some success. One day, they'll drive the darkness from the Void. I'm sure of it.
Okay, that was gonna be a bit weak if he didn't actually bring Zero into it. I was really hoping he'd actually bring up, like, hey, someone is trying to do that and they've kind of succeeded.
His form is imbued with the will of all those I consumed. We shall return to our world and seek out this Zero. Then we shall see if there is truth in your words.
She won't disappoint you. That much I guarantee.
Bravo! I think Zero will approve.
Oh, Indeed, that was truly heartening to see.
Understanding begets fellowship, right?
You know, the more the Euless is around, the more I actually really like him. Especially in his, like, getting over the masculine urge to not come off as emotionally vulnerable. Like, every time he opens up like this, I feel like he's like, oh, fuck, oh, the shame, uh-oh, cringy. Like, so good.
Lead by example.
Well then, shall we head back?
He's gotta make up for the Hitler particles somehow. Oh. Fuck. Oh. Thankfully, that has a repulsive, the expressing genuine emotional vulnerability, like, kind of repulses those particles, so, like, the act itself is actually doing the work, believe it or not. fuck? Alright. I'm gonna take a quick break here. Yeah, I'm very curious how this ends up in the trial. It feels like we need to, like, reconvene with Zero at this point to be like, hey, what the fuck is going on? Why are there so many Void Scent just bleeding into the source? And then we find out that Enuo, or whatever his name is trying to do what Golbez didn't, or Golbez and Nintendo don't, and is doing that whole shtick again, which, I don't know, like, I don't know if I like that as another motivation, or reusing that as a motivation, but I'm gonna let the patch cook. It's not done yet, obviously. But yeah, when we return, yeah, Zero does what Golbez don't. That's right. Yeah, being a kind and genuine person forms a barrier around you, around your physical form that nullifies the effects of the Hitler particles. It's true. It's very true. But yes, when we return, we'll find out, or we'll make some steps towards figuring out what the fuck is going on otherwise. Well, actually, hold on. Yeah, look there. Actually, hold on. Better to look down like this, I think. There we go. Don't worry about the man fusing into my form. Yeah, okay, he's gone. See? I got better. It's fine. And I'm back. How much time do we think we've got for live? I don't actually remember. Also, fuck, I forgot to repost this on my 14 account. Oh, I'd say probably latest 250. Alright, hopefully I dodge spoilers as I launch into here. Why have I got 8 notifications from fucking... Oh, someone went through my 7.4, 7.4 shit, huh. Right, sorry, 1 second. Does make sense. It's a good opportunity to do it. Alright, have you peeped that new Resident Evil movie teaser trailer? No, I haven't yet. I've heard people kind of fucking with it, which is cool, but I've never been invested in Resident Evil as a movie franchise, like, even as, like, a fun thing. I don't think I've seen any of them now that I think about it. It kind of always hits my brain the same way that, Silent Hill movies do, where I'm like, oh no, that's gonna be schlocky, and like, it might be fun, but there's also a good chance it's just like fucking destroying source material live on camera, you know? But yeah. Oh, I spilled water on me. Fucking hell. Seem to be fucking with it. It seems painfully generic horror movie with an RE coat of paint to me, but it's one teaser, so I'm not super dooming yet. Yeah, and to be honest, the fact that it's getting anything out of people who are cynical about video game movies and shit like that is probably says at least a little, you know? Anyway, back to it. That was really loud to me for some reason. I think I didn't put this back either. Also, God, fuck it. This section of Endwalker, man. Like, aesthetically, musically, all that stuff. It's so good. Alright, what does everyone have to say? Euless was quick to put our words, or rather those of the Dawn Servant, into practice. Solo duty here still lives rent-free in my head. Yup! I really hope we get more of that and more stuff like that in the future, because I feel like they let off the gas with that in Dawntrail and it kind of sucked. In From the Cold. You have my heartfelt appreciation. Without your intervention, I have no doubt the casualties would have been far greater. Void Scent not only absorbed the ether of those they consume, but their thoughts as well. With such a legion of minds at their disposal, one hopes they prove a capable ally for Zero. Yeah, I'm honestly curious where that's gonna go. Because narratively speaking, usually, hey, it's the Void Scent, they're attacking us, and though we've humanized them, a lot of them are, like, really awful. So it makes sense for them to die. Or it makes sense for them to just die and we move on and figure out, oh, what's going on the 13th. But, like, reaching out to this Void Scent in particular by Euless, is like a wrinkle in this. And I have to wonder what's going to become of that. Because rather than consigning this Void Scent to death, we have tried to give them a direction and an ally to try and better the place they still feel some connection to, right? Like, Euless connects with this Void Scent over not being able to live, or being resentful of being in a place that is blasted and not as blessed as other places that they can get to. So, reaching out and providing that little bit of light, even though it might be, you know, burgeoning at the moment, is a really cool emotional moment. But I wonder what that means for us going forward. How is that going to pay off? Like, I'm very interested to see what happens to that Void Scent. Malphus, I think their name was. The reaction to that quest was so mixed that I think they got scared. We've had tortured souls, morally grey free agents, and literal cartoon villains. Yeah. Well, like, to be fair, generally, actually for real, there is straight up, I think, a game design mistake they made there that can hamper the entire experience. And it's the fact that you can... So, as you walk out from in from the cold, you head in one direction. Out to the left is your exploration point. Out to just to the right is your progress point and the Magitech armor you need to fuel, right? And the idea is you go to the Magitech first to gain the goal, then you walk out to the left to find the fuel, come back, and then progress all the way through the right to the end, right? The problem is... Sorry, 1 second. I don't actually know what I put the master volume at. I think I might be overpowering the... Yeah. Sorry, I think I've had the sound fucked up for a minute. I thought I fixed it before I started the stream, but I don't think I did. But in reality, what you can do in From the Cold is actually head out to the left first without even interacting with the Magitech armor. And that can leave you looking for something that hasn't activated yet. So when you get back to the Magitech armor, then you proc the thing. But because the whole thing is on a time limit, you may not have enough time to actually get back. And you may have also fucked yourself over by being seen by enemies, having to do combat and stuff like that. Like, it's a prolonged slog, but they don't... But genuinely, all they needed to do is railroad you until you find the Magitech armor, and then open up the left side of the map to you. That's all they need to do. I think if you do that, it's actually, like, pretty much perfect, and the rest of the criticism is gonna be just like, oh, that was a bit too hard, or something like that. I genuinely think people's experience in From the Cold was vastly impacted by the fact that you can head out to the left without an actual goal, lose a whole bunch of time and resources, and then find the Magitech, and that just fucks the whole thing up, because you're on a strict timer. I think you're dead on. Yeah. Like, there are some people who just aren't gonna like it either way. And I don't necessarily you should think or listen to those people when finding criticism, but I do genuinely think there was actually a problem with that encounter that majorly soured it for people. Because I think, like, especially watching other people play it, I don't know if I had that experience myself, but, or at least I don't remember it that way, but I definitely saw people fail it, specifically because they wandered off left and never found what they were meant to do until, like, the last minute. It's a real shame. Also, honestly, like, setting up the timer in such a way that it advances as you get through sections, so, like, spending too much time in one section doesn't delete it from the rest of the encounter. Like, there's some little tweaks there, but I think that one I just described is, like, the thing that would have fixed most of the problems people had with it. With the Clutium's fissure sealed, I dare say the Void Scent incursion is at an end. That boy's come a long way. All credit to Zero for nudging him in the right direction. True. Reports have begun trickling in. By all accounts, the Ilsabard contingent was successful in containing the threat on their front. A void sent to attack in such numbers, such as just as we were finding our feet. I daren't imagine the consequences had you not provided such timely aid. On behalf of my comrades, thank you. Thank you all. Piety, I guess. Yay, I can now go to Clutium when I can now go find it whenever I want. A grave present. Presentiment? What the fuck is... Excuse me? A feeling that something will or is about to happen. I have never heard that word in my life. I thought they were mixing up words there for a second, but... Something weighs heavily on Thancred's mind.
The Ilzabard contingent have contained the threat on their front. Things appear to be under control, for the time being. Though it remains unclear why the fissures opened up in the first place. According to Tataru, similar ruptures are occurring across the star.
One thing is clear, however. The phenomenon is not without pattern.
Oh?
The tendency for fissures to emerge is pronounced in regions deeply connected to the void. Places where the barrier between the two worlds is at its thinnest.
Okay. What does that tell us?
I fear there may be a place in far greater peril than Garlemald.
The moon!
Though it hath since been sealed, you will recall there is a great void gate that we ourselves had cause to open. A gate which was instrumental in our bid to reunite Vritra with his sister and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
Oh gods. The moon.
With our attention fixed upon planar fissures, I failed to consider this vulnerability. All other paths unto the void are but pinpricks in the veil compared to that great lunar rift.
And that rift might be yawning open as we speak. We'd better hurry.
Let us make for Bestway's burrow. I dare say the Loporrits are well aware of current events.
I swear I balanced the voices a bit higher than what they're looking like at the moment on my audio.
We ought to have Kryl join us once she finishes tending to the wounded.
Agreed.
I shall likewise contact Y'shtola. Her knowledge of the moon's void gate is second to none.
Yeah, and if she could bring the key with her, that would be really handy. I think I need it in a cutscene soon.
A number of my fellow Garleans now call Mare Lamentorum home. Alphino, Alize, please see they come to no harm.
You send Garleans to the moon? What?
We'll be back before you know it.
I mean, I guess if they, like, the Loporrits are effectively very closely connected to Garlemald because of the teleporters and that, but... Huh.
A quick word, if you will.
Oh. Sure. What's up?
I'm not sure whether you'll run into Zero during the course of all this, but if you do, would you give this to her?
Aww.
Emergency rations, in case of a protracted battle. Can't imagine she's eating all that well in the void. She likes dumplings.
I'm sorry, Euless, but you are infatuated with an agender ace person, as far as I'm concerned. I think you might be barking up the wrong tree, buddy. Oh, we're here. Oh no. Things are bad. Yeah, I understand. Oh.
Given thy panicked state, I presume the Loporrits too are beset with void scent.
It'd be really funny if there are no void scent here, though.
Oh, what sweet relief it is to see you all. Yes, void scent.
Oh.
And lots of them. They suddenly came pouring forth from the crater.
I had dearly hoped to find my worries unfounded.
For some unknown reason, the void gate seems to have partially opened. Living Ray dashed off to activate the brands and halt the Fiend's invasion, but she hasn't come back, and we've since lost contact.
I suggest we make for the brands without delay.
Yup. Back out the door we go. Loading. What? Bro, that is like 3 times in a row that I've gotten this specific mount when using the mount roulette. What is happening? Oh, maybe I should have... I don't know. Ow. It's been a while since I've been yold. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was secretly kind of hoping that would actually happen, but I guess the game had other ideas. It was every street. Yeah, it was. It was really funny. Beleaguered Loperet. God, I love the word beleaguered. It's so good. My valiant savior! I was so frightened I dared not move an ilm. Have you seen Living Way? Oh, you're looking for Living Way? I think I saw her heading southwest towards the Drowning Brand. She had several slaughterbots in tow, but I worry they won't be enough for all the Void sent. You better hurry. If memory serves, Zero made quick work of them. Then whenever I watch your stream and alt, the Yol had a huge percent up because they had way less mounts to pull from. Yeah, as I've gotten way more mounts in the game, it's been less and less likely that I'd actually encounter... Oh, shit. Nice. I wonder if we're gonna run into Halmerit before we do the trial. I'm so curious about the series of events here.
Oh, I'm saved! I dread to think what would have befallen me if you hadn't intervened. Oh, I was never in any real danger, of course. I knew you would realize our plight and rush to our rescue.
Of course.
Aetherius is likewise plagued with void scent. If only we'd prioritized further development of the void scent slaughterbots, we could have stemmed the tide ourselves. Oh, what a tremendous demonstration that would have been. Irrefutable proof that I was mankind's staunchest ally and the greatest Loperet to ever live. I can practically taste the praise. Fortunately, I was able to activate the brands. Should any more void scent emerge from the gate, they ought to be confined to the crater. Unless, of course, the void gate begins to expand of its own accord, or some gargantuan monstrosity tries to barge through, I don't foresee any major problems.
Right on cue. I could hear that coming.
Oh, nope. We're doomed.
There you are.
Oh. Hey, Stoller.
I left the data in Shale's capable hands and teleported here as soon as I heard. And ere you ask, I made sure to bring the key with me.
Thank you. You know me too well.
Then the real threat yet awaits us.
Yup.
'Tis Golbez's domain beyond the Void Gate. I wonder how he and Zero are faring.
Yeah, that doesn't... If they've managed to get here, that doesn't bode well. God, you're so fucking handsome. I really kind of wish you were a Light Reaper instead of a Paladin, but... Huh? Azem Crystal. Yup.
by the 12.
Oh, flashbang. Yours is a journey without end, conceived and guided by principle. Hold fast to what you must, and meet your fate without fear. Oh, this is literally the fucking talk from earlier. Go forth, discover, unite the stars unto one. Principle of ethos. Let none bar your path. Am I just gonna go straight into the 13th? Without opening the void gate? Is this actually happening? What are Graha and Yashol seeing here? I'm very curious. I hope we took the key with us. Yup. Go where you're needed. Yay! Yes! I'm so surprised, but so glad we're seeing them so soon. Hey.
What are you doing here?
Ancient bullshit, don't worry about it. A visit felt long overdue. No time to explain. I don't understand it myself, to be completely honest.
Trust you to state the obvious.
That's rich coming from you.
May as well make yourself useful.
Ugh, I miss them so much.
The gate's sheer size appears to have made it a tempting target.
Ah. Wait, so did someone open the gate, or did the gate open itself?
A dread void scent risen from the benighted depths of the ocean.
Huh.
They kept to the confines of their domain while Zeromus endured. No longer, it would seem. And once they had discovered a path to the Red Moon, they wasted no time in making the journey.
Leave the void scent nearby to us. You take care of NOO.
NOO, right.
Facing this many foes calls for a more familiar approach.
Scythe. Scythe. Oh my god, that's so fucking cool. Oh, okay. Yes! They've got the hat!
Voidsent can change their form at will. Both light and darkness are mine to wield.
Oh, that's... Oh, I love you, Zero.
Besides, what better to purge darkness from the void than darkness itself?
They probably heard a lot of people were, like, kind of weird or not a bit disappointed with the job change. But that is cool that they've essentially got both of those. Hey, buddy.
Who dares face me? A mere mortal. Hast thou come in search of power? Renown? I fight to end this world without end. All who stand before me shall fall.
Starting with the 8-bit music is fucking incredible. Zeromus 2! Oh, it's got the same, like, electro vibe, too. Okay, real quick. Shit, I don't have, thing happened while I was laying on the couch. Zero in the Reaper costume again, I'm so happy! Anyway. Where's the trial? Oh, I didn't read the dungeon journal. Hold on a second. The Clutium was once the Imperial Army's largest manufactory, supplying munitions and war machines to sustain Garlemald's relentless territorial expansion. Where its cavernous halls once rang with the clamor of industrial production, they now resound with the shrieks of countless Voidsent who emerge from fissures without cease. Eulus and the Garlean community hasten to contain the threat, but will need all the help they can get to secure victory. And then... the Unmaking. Born by the key on a gleaming golden path, you emerge onto the Red Moon into the midst of carnage. Your faithful allies of the 13th, Zero and Golbez, battle tirelessly to drive back hordes of Voidsent, all the while watched by a sinister form in the dark. Wielding the boundless power of the Void, the dread sovereign Enuo has risen from the depths unfathomable, intent on reducing all existence to still, silent nothingness. Will their bleak vision be a world unmade by... will their bleak vision of a world unmade be realized, or will life and light prevail? Hell yeah. Alright. Quick queue, please. Whoa. Damn. Really cool arena. Holy shit. They're really... I wish I had a better descriptor for the kind of sound that both Zeromus and Enuo share. Because it definitely falls into some of the more like electronic songs from Pokemon. Specifically, this is reminding me a little bit more of the fuck. What the Scarlet and Violet. Like the final boss of Scarlet and Violet. that song. Like, not in its entirety, granted, but yeah. But yeah, unfortunately you did miss that, Luca. I did kind of get loud when that happened. Love Zero so fucking much. Honestly, Luca, when she was doing that, I was gonna be like, oh my god, Light Reaper, the thing I want, and then it's just, like, kind of regular Reaper, and I'm like, oh, well, at least the hat's back. I don't know, I'm a sucker for blending, like, light and dark and things like that. Or, like, taking, you know, this, hang on, sorry. We should probably check if there's no one doing this fucking trial. Fuck me. A lot of people probably doing the extreme, though. Damn. And I've got 2 and 3. Maybe I should just party finder it, honestly. Trials. Nope. The Unmaking. MSQ ores. Yep. Classic MSQ ores. But I'm so glad that track opened up with actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave so the track can drop again, because I want to hear that lead in. I want to hear that lead in so bad. Also, that means I get to examine this guy. Hey. So yeah, I guess the key is indeed fickle, eh? Oh my god, that's the fucking... Oh my god, it makes the Azem symbol on the goddamn crystal too. Man, it didn't get put in the event log. I tried to look for it, but I want to hear that ancient text again. So what was it, like the gift or the principle of ethos? Which is interesting, and like the voice seemed to imply that like we were being, or our path before us would be guided. Oh, man. See, I really like that potentially the thing, what do you call it? I like that we can feel the ripples of Azem, assuming this is Azem and maybe even Azem speaking. Oh, wow. Maybe Azem's canon name is Ethos. I didn't actually think of that. But, like, Ethos also, like, Ethos is meant to be, like, actually, you know what? While we're waiting, let me look this up. The Greek word meaning character, yeah. Meant to describe the guiding beliefs or ideals that characterize a community, nation, or ideology. Yeah. Wow, I've gotten 0 people. Yes, FF16 did touch on logos. Which, for comparison... Logos. Like, message, speech. Reason, even. Yeah. I'm, maybe I should have jumped in queue. I was really expecting a few more people to be kind of, like, on board with, jumping in immediately. Fuck. Should I just go back to queue? I am a healer. Oh man, we might be waiting around for a minute. Shit. I didn't plan for this. Got my queue pretty much immediately. It is like midday on a Saturday, like... I'm so ready for the data center matching. Materia's been living in that world for years now. We just got low population count because it's an Australian server. So tired of traveling back and forth from Dynamis and Ether. Yeah, that shit would have been infuriating. So glad that that's going to be effectively fixed. Dynamis will also feel a lot more lively once everyone isn't forced to be traveling at all times. Yeah, I'm not a streamer anymore. I can just change my name without worrying about breaking links. Hell yeah. And fuck it, if you do come back to it, then, I don't know, people can deal. I guess I'll keep an eye on Party Finder just in case someone does come in there. But yeah, I guess this is where we get chatty with the stream. So we could probably talk about, like, Evercold stuff that's not MSQ. Dynamis was popping when data center travel was restricted at 7.0 launch. Yeah. I am curious... Are you still able to travel to Materia from other regions? I forget. I know that's been a long-standing thing up until this point. I wonder if that will continue. Because it is kind of cute to have, like, a region that is generally a little bit more lower population than everywhere else that everyone can travel to. Admittedly, the ping is shit for everyone that's not Australian, or from, like, Singapore. Actually, would Singapore be closer to Japan or Australia? I don't actually know. It's equally bad for all 3 regions. All 3 other regions. Yeah. It's, like, I've seen people use it mostly for events, which is smart, because then you can just, like, include people from... Well, you can effectively have people from anywhere, involved. Oh my god. Tim Heidecker posted, I think, their first thing on The Onion about InfoWars. Fuck, that has been so funny to watch. But yeah, what other things do I have opinions about for Evercold? Oh, hey, when they first revealed the UI for the character thing, I'm not gonna lie, I retched. Like, that UI mock-up is like, ugh. It's not good. Got a kudo in the first chapter of my story? Hell yes, Luca. Fuck, I've got to go read that on AO3 and give you kudos as well. I've been, it's very FF13. Okay, interesting. Well, oh yeah, it did strike me as that. Like, default engine asset stuff. Yeah, yeah. Like, it definitely reminded me of, like, PS3 tech demo shit. Verging into PS4. But yeah, like, I like a lot of what they're doing to the game, like, structurally. I think moving a lot of the goals you have, in, like, duty roulettes and stuff like that to weekly, and integrating that effectively... Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. Mind that shit, I've got a battle to battle. Alright, let's get the musical lead in. Awesome. Sovereign of Naught. Fuck, that's good. Let's get the BGM back up again.
All who dare oppose me shall quake before the silken dark.
Silken dark. Yeah? Okay.
The Void's power is mine to wield. Perish. Be still.
Oh, okay, yep. Oh, that didn't give a volt. That's interesting.
Accept your downfall.
Oh, that's really cool. Oh my god. So now they've got an indication for something swapping targets. Yeah, super weird that didn't give a thing.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? The future.
Alright, bye Luca. Good to have you around. Have fun. Fuck. Oh my... What the fuck? Holy shit, dude! Oh my god! What the fuck is this trial? Ow. I'm getting flashbacks to Mythic Archimon. What the fuck?
The darkness. Let the light guide me.
You must break free.
Oh. Alright. Oh my god, they fucking cooked with this trial. What the fuck? This is so fucking good. What the hell?
The underlings are no more. Now to deal with NOO.
Life and death rendered meaningless.
Light, protect us.
Oh, I can't believe Luca fucking
yield my domain.
left right before this happened.
Such is the power of the void.
Okay, what are we doing? Okay, we just get a fancy thing. Oh, and now Zero and Golbez are here. Away? Yeah.
The void shall never cease to be. My power is absolute.
Vacuum Rosette number. Uh-oh. Okay, everything it collides with.
The void's power is mine to wield. And thus did all boundaries cease to be. Behold the truth of this world! Accept your downfall. Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still.
Damn, I feel like we killed that really quickly. I feel like there was still mechanics it could have.
Be sealed away.
Well. Alright, bro, get in the crystal. It's only one eternity, man. Most people live there for multiple universes. You're gonna be in there for your entire life, and then you're gonna be good. Your wish movement. Yeah, that seemed like that was definitely not like day one shit. Like that was quite quick. Yeah, that's a sick fight though. God damn. I can't wait to see what that extreme is like. Like, really inventive mechanics. That, like, intermediate phase is really cool, too. So did he make that portal? Like, what the fuck is going on? In Memoria. Memoria time for you. Oh. Hey, buddy.
I'm glad you came. We would have struggled to face Enuo alone. I presume you journeyed here to prevent more Void Scent from passing through the gate.
With Enuo defeated, there are none left in this realm who pose a serious threat. I dare say the problem is resolved.
Less Void Scent have been emerging from fissures across the source. Have you noticed any abnormalities in the Void of late?
Nothing comes to mind. Why'd you ask? So the breach wasn't limited to the Void Gate, for better or worse. Precious little has changed in the 13th since Zeromus fell. Have you noticed anything unusual?
I know not the reason events have unfolded this way, but there is, perhaps, an explanation as to why the Void Gate and the fissures opened. Here, in my domain, even the slightest change is keenly felt. When the gate opened, I sensed not the workings of some external force. Rather, it felt as if the barrier between our worlds was weakening naturally, moment by moment, until the two came to meet.
And you think this weakening could be happening elsewhere?
'Tis a possibility.
Yeah. The realm
What
is
of
weakened.
Rata-Tan and Garlemald?
I have gifts. Gifts of food.
Eulus took mercy upon the interloper.
Yeah, have y'all seen them, or...?
Whether Void Scent or Garlean, we all share the same longing for home. Should we meet, I will gladly offer them aid. Please tell Eulus as much. Wait, how exactly did you get here? No mortal could traverse the Void Gate in its current state.
There. Actually, that's a good point. If the thing is fickle, how do we some ancient bullshit. Do y'all see that?
And this path of yours is still there. I cannot see it.
Huh.
Nor does it reveal itself to me. Perhaps the path serves only the key bearer.
So it is not a means to travel freely back and forth. A pity. I would have liked to see my friends again.
Friends. Did you give her the fucking... Did you give them the fucking food or not? Okay, I was gonna fucking say! I love that we're gonna hand this over with the fucking, dreadful Red Moon music. That key of yours intrigues me. Had my former self known of its existence, I might have sought different means to reach the source. Something for me. Paper parcel full of still warm dumplings, packed with care by Euless. That smell. Food, is it? Oh, no one, I should probably turn the fucking music down just a bit. Ah. I recall you were speaking of the dumplings his mother used to make. Thank you for the parcel, and the fond memories. It's more than enough to share with Golbez. Not that now that he forgoes the ether of others, I'm sure he'll appreciate the sustenance. I sometimes wonder what Void would be like if culinary traditions flourished here once more. Whether it would suffice to break the cycle of mutual consumption. Heartening thought, if nothing else. Cool. Beacon from Beyond. Zero has something to discuss with you. Oh, this might be the first unvoiced cutscene we've had in a fucking minute. That's actually kind of incredible. I don't know if the way the budget would work in that way, if like MSQ just in particular has to stretch it thin or not, but this one in particular feels like it's had a lot. Until our battle earlier, I hadn't called upon darkness in some time. In truth, I find light a better fit these days. Ever since you left, we've been roaming the void in search of individuals who would join our cause. Although we return to the Red Moon after sensing Enuo's presence, rarely do we linger in a single location. However, if the interloper you spoke of does intend to seek me out, it might be wise to return to my domain. Why don't you join us? With Enuo defeated, the source should be in no imminent danger. Oh, sure. Good. We'll wait for you by the crater. I have to imagine then that we actually run into them in Zero's domain. I presume you remember traveling by Nisrock? Once we reach the surface, the creature will convey us to my domain. There is a teleporter situated between here and the center of the moon. I used it to travel to the surface in days long past, though I seldom had need once my generals were in place. Igiorm herself crafted the device, that I might lay low the Servant of Light. Ironic that we now use it seeking to restore light to the void. Forgive my idle reminiscences. 'Tis time we made our descent. Travel to Zero's domain via the teleporter? Hell yeah. God, it's been a minute too. There are many in this domain who still fear me. I shall remain here to avoid needless provocation. Though it was not always so, many who live here now have chosen to do so because they support the cause. Indeed, if our numbers continue to grow, we may require more territory. Thankfully, we were able to harness the residual ether from Barbaricia's domain. Those reserves will enable me to expand mine as the need arises. Right. We had best prepare for our potential guest. Join me in my abode when you're ready. Same thing. God, it's been a fucking minute since we've been here.
I waited an eternity for Zeromas to save this world, but my faith was misplaced. In the end, it was Zero who brought us hope. She's the reason I keep coming back here day after day.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna do the round trip. Leave me be.
Zero is amazing. Truly Golbez's equal in every sense.
It's like, genuinely, I don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to return here. Granted, I don't know if there's gonna be that many, people here. Oh! People from Troya.
No longer will I partake of the ether of other beings, not even if I shrivel and starve.
Hell yeah, buddy. We love to see it. You still hanging out here, man? Actually, I don't... Fuck. Did you get absorbed? I actually don't remember off the top of my head. God, it's fucking... Like, I remember seeing this in the trailer for 0.5, and I'm like, we're really going back here already? And I guess, you know, seeing the angle we've taken so far, it makes sense. There's a place that is, Frollo, or whatever his name was. I don't think that was what his name was. God damn it. Oh.
Ever since she brought you to this domain, our numbers have swelled. I grow tired of conflict.
We have a realm that we have a connection to that we can talk people whom we can converse with to check in on. That has a pretty big or has a known issue with being very close to the source. So immediately amplifying that is starting to obviously show that, like, hey, bad is happening. And no one's causing it either. Which is the thing I fucking adore about where we're going with this story, like, in the future. Especially given the title, The Godless Realms. Because it's essentially, literally, like, so there's this, load-bearing primal you shouldn't have killed, right? Where, like, the energizing provided by, Zodiac is no longer around, thus the final days end up happening. And now the consequences of Hydaelyn sundering the realms is no longer held in place by the stasis she provides, or at least I theorize. And now that Hydaelyn and an extreme source of stasis is no longer part of the source, the natural connection and the flows of ether back toward the source are starting to drag the reflections back into it. Which is awful, because rejoinings can just start happening and no one actually did anything to do it. There's no, like, person we can stop to stop them.
Well, I appear to have made a complete recovery after the ignominy of starving to death. Maybe my fellow Void Sent here can be trusted.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, of course, because everyone's like, no, we should stop eating other Void Sent as a main food source, so... Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Hey, Zero. I imagine you remember these. The transmitters we use to receive light from the First. If memory serves, they work by channeling excess ether left in the wake of the Flood into the Crystal Tower. Using the tower's cross-rift travel capabilities, light is then conveyed onto the 13th and into these devices. I have a mind to use them now, but they'll need to be set in an elevated location. Your assistance will be greatly appreciated. Oh. What are we doing with these exactly? Use the ether transmitter at the designated location. Seem we're positioned to try and find a way to safely rejoin the shards then. Yeah, or, like, there's one of two things. Obviously, I haven't seen, you know, what Halmerit is going to suggest. Because I get the vibe Halmerit may not be a villain, at least and at the outset. I feel like we are going to need her help to understand what is to come. But it may be also that we can't actually stop it. There's a lot of ways this could play out. Like, either we need to evacuate everyone from the reflections like we were going to evacuate the source via the moon. We have to find a way to keep those reflections from rejoining. Or some combination of the two. That initially we can sort some of these out, but actually some of them are listing... It might also be that, so, if I recall correctly, the rejoinings were presaged by an extreme flow of ether from one reflection to the source. And creating unbalanced ether meant that the source and the reflection tried to balance each other out, thus you'd see a surplus of that particular ether on the source. So, it would stand to reason that that effect, without Heidlin being present, is enough to actually start a rejoining. Or at least, Farfarello, you're right. Yes, that absolutely was their name. So yeah, it's kind of like water levels, right? You fill, if you've got two containers connected to one another, and you fill up one of them, they're going to try and even out. And that flow of ether drags the reflection to the source, thus you get a rejoining. Now, the Ascians needed to go to extreme lengths to cause this to happen, but it's possible that without this source of stasis on the source, that minor imbalances would actually create this. So the 13th was blasted by darkness in a way that it couldn't be rejoined. But given the dire circumstances that reflection finds itself in now, it stands to reason that whatever trickling there does come from the 13th to the source would start to naturally make it rejoin, whereas otherwise it would have needed more of a push. And it could be that the solution to this is actually fixing the ails of that particular realm. So when it comes to the 13th, actually getting rid of all the... well, balancing ether on the 13th, on the 1st, and probably the 4th, by the way the cold is going. Maybe that is a way to do it. But it also depends on the exact problem here, too. Because it could be that the state that the system of reflections finds itself in is innately unstable. Which I think is what Halmerit is going to suggest, that, like, it is not reliable to be able to just fix a problem on the reflections and assume that's going to fix things. There is a natural kind of cadence to magnetism towards the source, given those reflections' connections to them, that it is invariable that this will happen. And until that happens, it is possible that the reflections, bereft of ether unlike the source, actually starts to fray and die, or would list towards one particular etherical balance a lot easier, thus naturally cause a rejoining. But yeah, I'm super curious to see, like, where we actually go with that. This compact contraption facilitates the flow of ether when used in conjunction with other identical devices. Cool. Okay.
Upon activation, these transmitters will shine with light from beyond. Sent courtesy of our ever-watchful friends.
What?
They will serve as beacons in the dark for those that would seek me out.
Okay. I mean, it seems like you're inviting another Enuo situation, but... are we sure that this would actually work that way? I thought we required an active connection between the first and the third, the first and the source to facilitate this? Unless this is more or less just the residual ether from each. It just hits a fucking random void scent flying over. Oh, speaking of.
I did not expect to see you here.
Yeah, long story.
I am Zero, and this is my domain. 'Tis a safe haven for those who abhor conflict. Among those gathered here, many aspire to restore this world to how it once was.
Such a thing is possible.
Indeed. Though how long the endeavor will take, I cannot say. But for those of us abandoned by death itself, what do we have but time to try, and try again?
Definitely a link you could make with the Ascians here.
Very well. This latest ample proof your comrade spoke true. However long it takes to restore our world, you shall have my aid.
And you shall have mine.
I'm going to float over here now.
Sweet.
It would seem Eulus's intervention has helped forge a new bond. Thank you for bringing word to me. I gather you'll head home sooner rather than later.
You'll be unable to freely... Yeah. I already did my talk.
Then let us return to the Red Moon. I'm sure you won't begrudge me a proper farewell.
Would you deliver a message to Eulus for me? Tell him that we're making progress towards rebuilding our home. And I hope that he is too.
Enuo's Memoria will be safe here. The crystal containing Zeromus has been passed on to our allies in the First. If Enuo's Memoria might serve them in restoring their world, we shall likewise consider its transfer.
Wait, did we hand over that Memoria? I can't remember if that's restating a thing that already happened or suggesting something happened off screen. I need to really think this through and review kind of like Endwalker, but like I feel like we're talking about the 13th and the 1st like they have a lot more of a solid connection than they really should. I think. Zero pocketed the Memoria after the trial.
How much simpler it would be to aid one another in our respective fights, were it not for these boundaries between us.
Oh.
Safe travels, my friend. We take comfort in the knowledge that you're out there fighting too, wherever you may be.
So did Y'shtola and Graha just see the Warrior of Light just disappear into not a gate? Like, what the fuck happened? Hey, yo, where's the Warrior of Light? He just fucking disappeared.
No luck, I'm afraid. It appears he's not in Mare Lamentorum.
He just fucking disappeared in front of them! That's insane! I don't know. I gave him the key, and then he stood there looking a bit dumbfounded, and then he just ran in a direction, and then he disappeared. I I don't really know what happened. Like, I'm supposed to be the magical person here. I'm seeing all of this, like, ether and stuff, and he just fucking disappeared. He just fucking disappeared. What the fuck happened? Oh, there he is.
Wait. Is that?
Hey. I solved the problem. What do you mean you solved the problem? What the fuck?
God, you had us worried. You suddenly disappeared. We didn't know what to think.
Now, you know me. I just go where I am needed. Y'shtola is, like, shaking in rage and jealousy.
The void-sent incursion abruptly ended. We surmised you had a hand in that, but never did it cross our minds that you were fighting alongside Zero and Golbez.
This golden path you said you traversed wasn't visible to us either.
The warrior, like, assuming Azem... you know what? For all intents and purposes, I'm gonna say the key has, like, Azem's, like, you know, disposition. So long as Azem is cool with it, the Warrior of Light can just go and fucking just disappear. Oh my god.
Nor did we hear a voice. Ethos. Might this be the key's true name?
While many mysteries remain, for now, I am glad to learn the state of affairs in the 13th. Golbez's suspicion that the barrier twixt worlds has begun to weaken. 'Twould certainly explain the surge in fissures manifesting in the source.
Yet what could be behind such a phenomenon?
Also, I find it interesting that we're going to a different reflection here. I guess we've set enough events into motion on the 13th that maybe that's not the biggest concern right now. But it is the most present, obvious threat to the source right now. I mean, it's possible that we leave some of the Scions behind to just kind of look over the source and kind of keep things moving between the 1st and the 13th while we go off and find out actually there's a place that really needs our help right now. Or it could just be like, hey, Azem, I need to go solve this problem. And they're like, you got it, buddy. Up to the 4th with you. Go to the 4th. 4th time for you. There she is.
And who might you be? Not her void sent, I'd wager.
Now, ordinarily, random one moment approaches and Thancred's doing this. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? But we are on the moon. This is sus as fuck.
Greetings.
Yup.
I am Helmarut of the Asians. We are your sworn foes, I know. But on this occasion, will you not put away your arms?
God, I love her accent. I love her so much. Ugh!
I wish only to talk.
Thank you for affording me a chance.
I'm gonna have to pull out the Northern England Northern Ireland accent, I think.
Bereft of the
Sorry.
unsundered,
Yeah.
we were under the impression you and yours no longer had cause to continue your activities. That you should reveal yourself at this juncture. I assume you are the one who bestowed Calyx with the knowledge of summoning and the reflections.
Yes, that is correct.
Is that a stuffed toy? What the fuck? What did she summon a squirrel for?
Was it necessary to reveal my present form as well?
Calyx. So he succeeded in transferring his memories after all.
Yes, well, I can't do shit in this form anymore, so...
Be at ease. Even were I to occupy a combat-oriented vessel, I would not have the ability to defeat you.
God, I want him in this moment to actually have, like, a pang of anger there, like, you did defeat my fucking design. So obviously I can't beat you.
You destroyed my plan, my life's work. I have naught to replace it, nor will I ever regain what I once had.
If you wish to speak, Halmarut, will you not tell us what it is that you hope to accomplish?
As you know, our star Aetheris was sundered into 4 and 10 shards in the time of the Ancients. As the will of the star, Hydaelyn perpetuated this unnatural division for millennia. And in the wake of her passing, nature has begun to reassert itself. As a wound knits itself together, the star seeks to become whole once more.
Yeah, it's even more of just a natural process. It got nothing to do with the way the rejoining's working or anything like that. It's just, I was sundered, I should not be sundered. Load-bearing gods indeed, exactly. I guess it's not mutually exclusive of what I said, but...
It seeks to rejoin with all of its shards.
Right. How did you do that?
Unlike the one we Ascians attempted to orchestrate, however, the star's rejoining will afford mankind no special treatment. All life and matter will be condensed into a single whole, and remade for a new beginning. A complete rebirth. Aetheris will return to the way it once was. Hundreds of millions of years past. To a quiet and peaceful time. Long before the light of mankind was kindled.
What?
Supposing for a moment we believe you, how can you possibly know all this?
It is an inevitability that I have foreseen since time immemorial. A future that awaits should creation be freed from the influence of Hydaelyn and Zodiark. The star is tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered. Yet by the same token, it is indifferent to life's survival. No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning. The earth shakes, and mountains spew fire. Floods wash away the fruits of labor, and icy winds freeze and starve. Countless perish as nature runs its course. So many seeds of life have already been lost, yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come. But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice, when all creation is reunited. When that day comes, every last trace of mankind shall be erased.
What?
I cherish man's journey. Despite losing his innocence and being made to live with suffering, he has forged ever onward. Strong, even as he is weak, his is a proud tale in the history of the star. It would be a shame for that tale to end. For all to wither and die, when some might yet survive. Would you not agree?
If a natural rejoining doth lead unto the solstice, then thine intent is to preemptively rejoin the worlds.
Correct. It was for this very purpose that Halmarut recruited suitable collaborators from the Reflections.
Is that who the Winterers are?
Individuals like me, who would willingly doom another world in order to fulfill their aspirations. The Winterers, we are called. And if you and yours seek to protect all life, then sooner or later you shall have to contend with us.
Well, Wait. Hold on. Why are we at cross purposes? I don't think we want the solstice to happen. But what other option is there but rejoining the worlds?
Even if everything you claim is true,
Oh, that sucks.
what you've done, Calyx, it's unforgivable.
I do not ask that you be pragmatic, nor do I seek your approval. Given your familiarity with other reflections, 'tis only natural that you are averse to our methods. But there is one irrefutable fact that you must understand. Should we take no action at all, the solstice will come, and no one will be left alive. No one. Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit. Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
How did you...
Wait!
Oh. It was a creation. So, the one thing I can't square away quite right now, but I can hand-wave it as just... not a given fact, but something that seems to naturally follow. What is the difference between rejoining everything and waiting for the solstice? Is the solstice like such a... well, I guess if we do nothing, all of the reflections converge at the same time. And would just, like, you know, multiple calamities at the same time. It would just wipe out humanity. Obviously, it would collapse all the reflections, but it would also doom the source to unimaginable destruction. But then what is our position then? I guess that's probably what we need to therefore discuss. Like, the objections that the Scions so far made were purely on the sort of immediacy of some of those things, like resolve to find another path forward without having to rejoin all the shards. I mean, without understanding more about the mechanism of the solstice and the rejoining, and the process by which it would... Okay, so this particular line... Aetheris will return to the way it once was, hundreds of millions of years past, to a quiet and peaceful time long before the light of mankind was kindled. That almost sounds like... That almost sounds like this solstice is actually, like, fully, like, reverting Aetheris to a time well before... Like, almost like... You're at a point in time, and these reflections hit Hydaelyn, or Aetheris, and it actually shoves it spatially back through time. Like, we're talking about it's not... I mean, it does talk a little bit about, like, you know, death and destruction that has presaged, like, has been caused by nature and just in its interminable march forward. But the literally no humanity can survive. Like, we're not looking to shelter. Well, I guess the Endless were motivated by that in some way. I don't know. I guess, like, at this juncture in particular, I find it strange that we specifically position the Winterers against us when we don't actually have much of a response to it. Like, I find it really strange that Calyx comes out and says, yeah, and if you're looking to preserve life, you're gonna have to deal with us. And I'm like, but you're trying to preserve the star. Like, you're willing to kill people, like, you know, usher in rejoinings, all that stuff to do that, but that's your motivation as well. Like, Calyx's whole thing is like, yeah, I may not be able to save everyone, but I can save humanity. I can make them immortal, and thus live past this disaster to come. I'd be interested to see how the rest of this plays out, but yeah, it's a bit of a strange positioning they've chosen with the Winterers. Because honestly, it'd be cool for maybe an expansion for us to be like mostly on the same side until like at the end of the expansion, it becomes very clear that the way Halmaret and Calix and the Winterers are going to go about this is just going to cause a lot of loss of life, right? And that's the point we're at. Well, okay, hold on. Surely there's another way around this. Okay. To think that individuals of Calix's ilk or worse exist on other shards. It does kind of create a rogues gallery, though, of villains we'll come across. And we know their, like, basic motivation because they're aligned with the Winterers and Halmaret. But, it's definitely going to be interesting to see that. I guess, like, I don't know if I like the immediate positioning of them as villainous. Especially against something that seems like such a natural process. It seems really strange to pose us immediately in opposition. I think they are assuming that we will logically reach that conclusion ourselves. Potentially. But, well, yeah, and I guess in reading it in that way, Calix is just, emphasizing that, like, you are not going to stop us. We are going to do this. Maybe? I can see that. Oh, the clip. You'll have to forgive me. I'm still coming to terms with it all. Halmarut can't be speaking the truth, can she? The Ascians once labored to resurrect Zodiac and bring those who rendered up their lives to summon him. For the sake of those who now live, we fought tirelessly to oppose them. If Halmarut doth truly seek a rejoining to avert this solstice, to ensure some survive, when otherwise all would perish, then our interests are not so disparate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying! Trust the Ascians to be plotting something utterly reprehensible. Though I am tempted to dismiss a preemptive rejoining as an utterly absurd solution. Her words are not to be taken lightly. There you are! One moment you were standing before me, and the next you vanished into thin air. Thanks to you all, the Voidsent have been eradicated, and the gate lies sealed once more. There's been nary a peep from the crater. Though I can't help but notice none of you seem to share my enthusiasm. Is something wrong? Oh yeah, hey, Living Way, do you know if Hydaelyn knew anything about this shit? The star seeks to become whole? But that's preposterous. As far as I'm aware, Hydaelyn made no mention of a natural rejoining. I ought to consult the records to be certain. But not before thanking you for dispatching the Voidsent so handily. You well and truly saved the day. Well, thank you for checking the archives, because, yeah. I realize present circumstances are hardly conducive to doing so, but please try to get some rest while you can. I know I would be exhausted after your trials in the void. Trail to the heavens. Alphino continues to grapple with Halmaret's disclosure. Interesting that that's the... Are we gonna get another title drop in the Part 2 MSQ patch? Huh. Can you look in the back and see if you have any exposition? Yeah, that'd be really helpful, Living Way. Any notes hidden and left behind of like, oh yeah, by the way, if I die, good luck. The implications of the solstice and the winter's schemes, as well as our approach moving forward, will take time to consider. To that end, I believe we should gather and speak in person. And by we, I mean all our fellow Scions. For a change of pace, why don't we convene at the Rising Stones? I'm sure Tataru and the others would be happy to meet us there. Fine idea. In many ways, our return is long overdue. Yeah, one could say we almost never left. No doubt we could all use some respite after Garlemald, but I trust there are no objections. It is settled then. To the Rising Stones. Do you think there's a pizza index for the Rising Stones? There has to be. There has to be. That place has probably torn through more pizza than the entirety of Revenant's Toll combined. Well, maybe minus Rowena. Because I'm pretty sure she's set up there. Oh boy, it's been a minute. See next amount of Scions in 3-day period. The world might be ending soon. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Uh-oh. Hang on. Why is there so much food going to the Rising Stones? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, what's happening? Tis a pity my stay in Tural came to such an abrupt end. Should like to make arrangements to remain in touch with Shale. Yeah, I bet you would. There was much and more to take care of in Garlemald, even after tending to the wounded. I shall be sure to share a full report with Ojika. Feels like a lifetime ago I set foot within these walls, though given we've all experienced a lifetime's worth of triumphs and tribulations in the interim, perhaps that is only natural. Since leaving Tural, we've been almost constantly on the move. Feels good to put my feet up in familiar stamping grounds. In spite of time's vicissitudes, some things endure. Sanctuary is surely among them. Times like this, the company of friends is all the more precious. Nary a thing has changed since we last gathered here. No doubt Tataru is chiefly responsible for the prevailing state of tidiness. Speaking of whom, she and a great many of our comrades are en route. Let us wait for them a little longer. The Adventurers Guild leader just has a 1,000-foot stare. Yep. What do you mean the Scions of the Seventh Dawn reached out to us? What do you fucking mean? My boy.
Long it hath been since last we gathered here. Though our order's dissolution was indeed in name only, thereafter we did largely operate independent of one another. All of which is to say, full glad am I to stand in such esteemed company once more.
Yeah, for real, newest girl. 12, catch my eyes out with a spoon.
Apologies for our delay.
Yeah! Where's Riol? Oh, probably out somewhere.
We're reporting for duty, as bid.
This is everyone that we could round up on short notice. The others are still en route. Estinian alone we weren't able to make contact with. But we're working on it.
Probably
no
still
doubt his
Tural.
link pearl is buried at the bottom of his bag.
Yup.
Knowing him, he'll turn up when we least expect it.
Now, as much as I'd like to savour our reunion, Tataru tells us there have been developments. Will you apprise us of the details?
God, they're getting so good with the cutscenes. Gonna make travel plans for the expansion, and the Daysinian is gonna wander up and just say fuck it and tag along. Yeah, probably.
The Winterers and the Solstice.
Honestly, I should have seen the Solstice would be a word that comes up when it comes to winter, like winter solstice, the day with the longest amount of night to it.
The veracity of Halmarut's claims remains unclear. Yet it cannot be denied that, in his bid to convert the living into endless, Calyx was privy to knowledge of the reflections and more.
And the Winterers are formed of others, like him.
In light of the recent Void Scent incursions, I believe it would be wise to treat the Solstice as a genuine threat. The problem is how to deal with it.
Well, thankfully, the way they position this, there are people who are trying to engineer this.
Both the source and the reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could.
And because there are people orchestrating it, we can actually stop them. But obviously, this is a two-pronged approach. We need answers to what the Winterers are doing, and then we need to be able to counteract the Solstice somehow.
But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation, then what can we possibly do?
I wonder, was Hydaelyn aware of the solstice?
Given that we had no knowledge of it when you journeyed to Elpis, you couldn't have warned Venar.
Correct.
So it is entirely possible she was unaware. But in the course of sustaining the Sundered Star, she may have glimpsed this eventuality.
Yeah. She wouldn't have known before doing it. But there is every possibility that she figured it out afterward. I think she knew and chose to trust us. That seems in line with her.
So she believed that we could overcome this trial as well. Or rather, that the choice was ours to make.
Yeah.
Whichever it may be, it is we who must find the answer.
I find that the more compelling path. Like, the idea that Hydaelyn wouldn't have ever put that together, like, that doesn't read as Venar to me. Like, Venar would figure that out eventually. Halmarut probably has, like, a cheat code in terms of being in touch with nature, but given Hydaelyn effectively watches over, or is at least knowledgeable around all of the reflections, and was at least able to, at one point, take people from the source and put them in the first, even in their, like, more spirit forms. I have a hard time believing Hydaelyn never knew. I find it a lot more compelling that Hydaelyn at some point figured it out, but her plan was already, I am going to trust in mankind to be able to navigate the final days after Zodiac perishes, and I leave the world to them to figure things out. Not because, and, you know, like, personally, I really like the idea that, in enacting the Sundering, Hydaelyn, well, Venar So one thing I really like about the Ancients and, like, their stories is a lot of them deal with, like, hubris. A lot of them get really too big for their own britches. They, seek to preserve that which, like, has been already taken away. They try to restore that which was taken away from them. Like, almost every single Ancient, particularly in of the Convocation, exhibit some kind of hubris here. That no, it couldn't possibly be, or that it's an insult for us to suffer or lose what we love because we're too powerful. There's no way that can be okay. But I really like the idea that that is just endemic to Ancients. Like, that is just a thing because of their position within Aetheris and the rest of Aetheris and the star as a whole, to the point that even in Venar and Hydaelyn's actions, you can see that hubris. Yes, doing what she did in Sundering the Star was what was necessary to ensure that humanity was cut off from the power that they were relying on too much, and to ensure that Zodiac could not be used for those means further. But in so doing, not only did she create destruction, but she created an inevitable catastrophic event that threatens to wipe away humanity. So it's not immediately hubristic, but more in hindsight, like, of course something like this would happen, right? In fact, the thing I want to write with my Azem and Venar specifically is that they share this. They understand that they are about to embark upon something that is going to cause hurt to humanity, but both of them make mistakes in execution. And funnily enough, I was thinking of something like this. Maybe because the game had already planted in my head that maybe there was something after Hydaelyn and Zodiac are gone. Yeah, exactly, newest girl. But like Venar taking that into her own hands and dooming humanity to not only the existence they currently live in, but also the coming solstice, is a show of hubris. Who are you, Venar, to dictate that this should be the course of humanity, especially when in hindsight you have led to more destruction and pain than the Ancients may have ever experienced before they were all wiped out or society collapsed? Who were you to make that decision and put this fucking rock in a hard place scenario, or trolley problem scenario, onto humanity? And I really like that. I really like that actually the grandest hubris of them all was the person who managed to save it. So, personally, this feeds into things I really like, so obviously I'm a bit more amenable to that. And I really, like, the Azem angle in particular is a really interesting one for me, because I get to play a little bit more with, like, my Azem, the Ancients, who the Warriors of Light are, all that kind of stuff. And I also, because I want to interweave something like that into Azem's story. Like, my sort of approach is that Azem actually helped along this process, knowing that shit like this was going to happen, put in place a safeguard themselves to be able to potentially mitigate that, but is actually going to cause a bigger problem in this story's time period because of the state of, I will say, some of the Ancients' shards. What a way to keep the Ascians in the entire previous arc relevant by making this new arc a natural fallout of our actions at this point. Yeah, it's great. Like, this is exactly what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted. I wanted something that was just, we kicked out. There are, you know, the 12 are gone back into the live stream. Hydaelyn and Zodiac are gone. That in and of itself has caused things, and it's drawing from, like, the natural state of the world. Like, this is just, this is such a good angle to go on to frame whatever the hell they want to do on the shards and everything like that. Like, it's so good. Yeah. But I guess to come back to the point specifically, I think in that moment, like, I don't think the game is nudging you one way or the other. I think it's ultimately immaterial. Like, unless Halmerit or someone else is about to cast Judgment on Hydaelyn later on, this distinction is meaningless. This is, like, because it was specifically put in the player's hands too, that seems to be... It's kind of like that one storyline where we talk to the Watcher about, like, who was the most to blame of the Ancients. And you could pick, like, Emmett Selk, you could pick Fandaniel, you could pick Vinar. But ultimately, like, that is a pure interpretation thing and has no effect on the thing. And the Watcher plays into that by, like, you know, speaking to the point you make. I am curious if the game is going to lean one way or the other, but at this point, I think it's just completely immaterial. It is a prompt for the player to think about how they interpret this series of events, not the game prescribing that either of those... Well, I guess I haven't seen the other options, so I should say that, because Grahar might disagree, but yeah. Anyway, back to it.
We who live in the here and now.
Perhaps we could take a recess? Oh, I dare say everyone could use a rest.
Actually, this would probably be...
We have ample food for thought, and it would be good to catch each other up.
Oh, yeah, this is probably where we're putting down part 1, I think.
Ere I forget, Huron, I believe you should keep the key, Ethos, in your possession.
Okay, so we're calling the key Ethos.
After all, it seems that is one mystery I am not destined to unravel.
My headcanon is she hands that to Aldine like, you motherfucker, I am so goddamn jealous, fuck you. Grabs him by the shoulder and it's just like, you have to take me to the first at least once with that thing, okay? I don't care what I don't care about the rest of it. I want to know. You are going to do this for me. If I don't ever unravel the mysteries, fine. But god damn it. Oh, never mind. Oh, I guess we could be... I wonder what the end point of this is going to be. Don't worry about me. I'm sure you've plenty to discuss with all these old faces. It was by no means an easy decision, but as the Solstice is now our paramount concern, Alizé and I have opted to formally withdraw from our efforts in Garlemald. After all, anything we can do to protect our world will also serve to keep the Garleans safe. Euless and his comrades are already working towards a brighter future of their own accord. Honestly, I'm more worried about us. It's so difficult to see the path ahead. Hopefully, we can get through this and return to Garlemald with our heads held high one day. Indeed. In the meantime, let us prepare a letter for Euless and the community. We mustn't let despair stay our hand. I have not seen y'all in ages. I helped propel the Voidsent incursion in Lapis Manalis. Fighting off fiend-controlled Galatier is something I won't rush to relive, but it was nonetheless good training. This latest development is indeed a shock, but I am heartened to see not a single face clouded with despair. Coltonay and I have remained in Corvus to monitor the situation among the Guardians and the Corvosi. Though seldom smooth sailing, and in time the region settled and we were able to return. I understand the Garlean community has made great strides in improving relations with other peoples. Hearing that, I feel renewed zeal for resolving the issues in Corvus. Then perhaps you'd like to hear more about the Garleans' accomplishments from me and the twins. It might stoke that fire even hotter. I hate Tataru. It seems our colleagues have much to catch each other up on. We shall have to brew some tea. Tataru is ever the considerate facilitator. Grateful am I to refrain from weighty discussions and simply converse with old friends. After Urianger and I went off on our own, we decided to spend some time exploring Shak Tural. Never had the chance to visit during the Rite of Succession, you see. We journeyed east through Loezen Heta, before heading up the coast to the frigid northern reaches, where they revere a storied beast of the sea. An excursion only served to reinforce just how diverse Tural really is. Damn, I wish we could have gone there. Fuck. I really hope we get to go back to Tural at some point. Like, it's one of the things I don't like about Dawntrail. The Ninth and Alexandria colliding with the latter half of the story means that we just don't get to explore as much of the continent as I would have wanted. And, like, really have it be kind of a holiday. And I understand they wanted to get to this point, right? They needed to have a reflection come in that had some string to the Winterers to frame the next arc of the story. Like, from a high level, they could easily plan that out and make sure that Dawntrail hit that. But unfortunately, it's like the well, it's the thing I've been complaining about a fair bit, where it's just like, okay, well, I wanted to spend more time in this place actually, but feels a bit of a bottle episode. Yeah, like it's the first domino in getting into this story. I don't even think I'd call it filler so much, because, like, so much of the emotional through line of that narrative is the thing that is used to criticize Alexandria later on. You know, reverence of the dead, how you deal with grief, all this kind of stuff, and what makes a good leader to, like, intertwine into this criticism of Alexandria that I think is actually really important. Like, the literal events don't have as much effect. You know, even though, you know, the reason that Wuklemat and Sven kind of find that peace, and also, like, the potential allyship between those two places is because of the journey Wuklemat went on. Like, all of it feeds into one another, but I can definitely see that it feels a little bit tangential, ultimately. I heard people call it filler, and I don't know if I agree. Like, I don't know. I feel like a part of the story that is meant to emotional-wise set up the thing that will later happen in the back half of the story is not filler. Like, that's literally the narrative groundwork for the criticism that ends up coming up at the end of the story for the ultimate villain of Dawntrail. But yeah, anyway. We also met with the Wallaki. Though we had not the time to study their arts at length, we were privy to several intriguing demonstrations. Would that we could have indulged our curiosity further and travelled to yet more distant lands. For better or for worse, pragmatism tempered our wanderlust. Doesn't feel quite right either. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, but if you don't understand the actual, like, beyond Zoralja, if you don't understand what ties the first half of Dawntrail to the second, I'm sorry, but you missed the point. Now, I want to be clear. You can absolutely criticize the point. Maybe it was poorly handled, all that kind of stuff. Sure. But if you don't see the through line they tried to get, then I seriously judge anyone. Like, if someone doesn't understand that thing and calls it filler, then I'm like, okay, I don't care about your opinion. Like, you're not engaging with the story the way it's written. Sorry, the way it's written is probably the wrong way to say that, but regardless, I think the conclusion you have come to is a bit naive if you haven't been able to process what that is actually doing. Suffice it to say, we still have plenty to see of the continent. Should very much like to return, given the chance. Take me with you! Take me on MSQ journey with you, please! Even after discussing the revelations concerning Calyx, there is a great deal to share. It's difficult to know where to begin. Hearing our comrades' tales reminds me of my efforts to master pictomancy. I've all come so far, striven so hard. Aino and I were training in Gridania when Void Scent attacked the Twelveswood. Thankfully, we were able to fend them off with the help of the Twin Adders. When I heard the invasion had already spread across the star, I realized the gravity of the situation and ordered a confidential report sent to the other Scions. Oh, you were the one who did it. That's why Tataru was so quickly appraised. Thanks to you, we were able to make haste for Garlemald. While circumstance and duty may keep us apart, we remain bound by common purpose. Indeed. That purpose continue to guide us now that we stand together once more. Hey, no. The brothers are reunited, yet a distance between them persists. How cruel fate is to force me to choose. Girl. We would like to shuffle our traveling partners around more significantly. Yeah, seriously, like, I'm gonna be honest. If you take Alphino... Like, my theory about making Dawntrail better is just taking Alphino, placing him with Kona instead, and spending a bit more time with that group as well. I really wish we only would have started our journey with Wooklamat, Kryl, and Erenville, and we added to our party as we went through the right, like her father did, and saved the Silence for the fallout from the attack. I would add one more person to that newest girl, and that's Alize. I think the bit where Wooklamat starts, like, breaking down, and Alize, like, tries to pull her out of her spiral is actually, like, a really important emotional beat that I still want around. And plus, like, having Kryl, Erenville, and Alize effectively try and, like, you know, keep steady, more hot-headed, or, a similarly hot-headed but less experienced Alize in Wooklamat is also, like, a really cool concept. Like, I like the idea of the twins both going, but then them splitting up. And then we have, like, especially some, like, fuck. Could you imagine the banter if Alphino wasn't there that Kryl and Alize could have engaged in about Alphino or other people? Like, if there was more air for just Erenville, Kryl, and Alize to, like, chat and just talk about stuff that's going on, I feel like that would have been... That would have given it so much more, like, not novelty, what's the word I'm looking for? It would have given it substance outside of the literal MSQ moving forward. Oh, Anor. I'd hoped you'd come to your senses, but I see you're still in the throes of withdrawal. Withdrawals from Rogadin. Judging by your guise, Clemens, your studies must have been productive. Indeed. I have more or less mastered the fundamental principles of Charlian astrology. At one point, I considered exploring other healing arts, but decided to persevere with more focused training to better leverage my skills on the battlefield. I don't think I'd be much use on the battlefield these days. I can scarcely hold my bow steady, let alone hit a target. So sorely bereft of brotherly ministrations as I am. I knew you still required constant supervision. You two haven't changed in the slightest. Makes me wonder how our colleagues that couldn't join us today are faring. True. Oh, no, yeah, we are finishing here. Yeah, this makes sense as a stopping point, right? It's like, there's a rest point, we can have indeterminate amount of time, people discuss all that kind of stuff, and goes forward. We don't get more of this until November. We would have captured a bit of the Stormgirl blood. Stormblood girl strip vibes, exactly. Especially with Wooklamat, who, like, we're all trying to train to be a better leader, and, like, the idea that a lot of the story of that journey is Alize kind of realizing, like, was I like that? Was I like that? Oh, God. Like, that would have been fucking awesome. Aaronville forced to be the only guy on that trip is hilarious to me. Yeah, that is very funny. It seems everyone has much more to discuss with one another. Anyway, you're overdue a proper break. Peace and quiet will help you think. Feel free to make yourself comfortable in Dawn's respite. Thank you, Tataru. Meanwhile... Oh. Never mind. Not meanwhile. Moon.
Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit. Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
I detest evenings such as this. Too bright, too stimulating. The mind distracted by the inconsequential. You needn't be so wary. I merely come to offer information before my departure. Halmarut and I will soon cross the rift to observe the enactment of another Winter's plan. Our destination is the fourth. A world locked in ice, whose lands are blanketed in thick clouds. In order to survive, man has fled to the skies, using great magics to establish new civilizations.
I mean, I guess that answers a bunch of my questions then. The planet is frozen, they're already in the sky, which would mean that presumably that story is actually of the history of how they ended up like that. Again, could be nuances to it, but yeah. Why tell me where you're going?
I have my own designs I would see realized. Nothing more. Believe me or don't, as you like. For all I know, you lack the means to follow us anyway. What Halmarut said to you earlier. She suggested that dealing with the reflections might satisfy your ambition. But is that truly so? You have seen battles beyond counting, have defeated even the fear of death. Is there some conclusion that you seek, no matter the cost? I will share with you a truth. We Winterers each have an ambition that we wish to fulfill. To that end, we may share information with one another, but we do not necessarily share the same beliefs. Just as you and yours decried my actions, I find those of my fellows objectionable.
Huh.
Be that as it may, It is the culmination of our lives' works that we would bring to the world. Fruits born of undying devotion, daring aspiration, and unwavering ideals. No matter how we are reviled, no matter what we must steal, our actions will be vindicated by those who abide in the future we create. In your benevolence, you may seek to save everything and everyone. But once all is consequently consigned to oblivion, your noble deeds will amount to nothing more than folly. For no living soul shall remain to judge them.
If shattered stars are doomed to mend, how turns the key to Winter's End? Huh. That's given me a fair bit to think about. Picking up our party along the way would have let us learn more about the cultures through character moments. Yeah, there's definitely different ways they could have tackled it. Like, not having as many scions means, yeah. Initially, I was going to be like, why the fuck are we having Calix just outright tell us where he's going? But the combination of, like, I have my own designs, don't worry about it, but also specifically to challenge us on, like, hey, you realize the actions you're taking are consigning, everyone, not just select groups of people, everyone to oblivion. What are you working toward, if that is the case? Like, in the cases where you fight off death itself, or where you fight off despair itself, for example, you leave behind people who are able to live without that, right? Or to live on in spite of despair. But if your actions are going to literally spell the end for everyone, fuck me. Honestly, I really like the decision now to keep Calix around, because he ends up providing us a lot of just, like, insight into what's going on with the Winterers. The fact that they're all going about their ambitions in different ways, the fact that they all agree this threat needs to be addressed, but they're all doing it in different ways. And I guess, like, funnily enough, puts a lot more cards on the table in terms of the actual state of the Fourth before we get to it. But again, like, and I don't know if that in particular is, like, the best, but what I really appreciate about 14 when it's at its best is that it gets beyond the, okay, we're not, you know, there's some information we're gonna, or it avoids tropes where, like, people don't talk about these things and that, and tries to get to the heart of issues a lot quicker. And that's a good example of that, I think, where Calix is basically laying down, like, listen, like, you clearly fight with purpose, but what are you aiming toward doing? Like, clearly the threat that you could end humanity completely is not deterring you, what are you actually looking to get out of this? And it's funny to evoke that after Halmarit directly compared the directionless ambition we have to Xenos, who posed a similar question to us. Fucking hell. Oh man, I'm so fucking hyped for this story to continue. Fuck. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say other than, like, cinema. Like, this is really good shit to lay down before the next expansion. You know, all of 7 or 8, around 8 months away now. Fuck. 6 months before the next story drop. Oh, man. But yeah, that's where we'll end it today. It's a good time to end things. I can get back to do some things around the house before I settle in for the night. Yeah. No notes, honestly. Pacing a little bit at the beginning was a little strange, just because we were being shotgunned around, but I think all the events leading up to, or all of that building into Halmarit, Halmarit's just, like, explanation of what is going to be happening. Yeah, I spoke about that earlier in Newest Girl. They wanted us to see this before the raid reveal. So, like... What? Like, there wasn't anything obvious that I thought, oh yeah, that's probably it. Like... Long shot. Maybe the raid series has something to do with dealing things on the 13th and the 1st? Because we've established now that there is a background problem of the 13th verging ever closer to the source. And we're about to go jump off to the 4th after Halmarit and Calyx to find this other Winterer. Or find the Winterer there. I don't know. I'm a little more confused than ever why they wanted that. Or why they were going to wait to reveal that. And yeah, it is seemingly a very uneasy alliance. And honestly, despite the fact that Halmarit is effectively like a centerpiece of that group, the uneasy alliance and all of that, and Halmarit, like, actively helping as opposed to manipulating all of them, although, you know, Ascian, let's not put it past her, definitely frames it as a different villain group than the Ascians have been, which I do like. I was worried that with the introduction of an Ascian that, I really did not want the Ascian to be the leader, because I feel like it would have done a disservice to this. I think this passes the bar I was expecting, or that I was hoping we could, where Halmarit is essentially the deliverer of the message, and a group of people have formed around her to try and take on that message and try and do something about it. And those threats are probably going to be varied, as Calyx pointed out, but yeah. Yeah, things are looking really, really fucking good in Final Fantasy Land. Looking real damn good. Yeah. Anyway, that is, where we'll end things for today, because, like I said, I'm gonna, go touch some grass, probably. Oh, fuck, I need to do garden. Yeah, I need to mow shit before tomorrow, because tomorrow's going to be kind of miserable. Oh, I guess I'm not cooking. I guess I'm not doing my meal prep tonight, because that's going to take too long. I'll have to do that tomorrow. Speaking of which, tomorrow will be the, Actually, hold on. Oh, wait. Weird. Why would... Hold on. Can I get... Tatara to... What the fuck? Girl, where are you looking? Sure, that's funny. No, I actually... Wait. Sure. That'll do. Fuck, I can't camera today. I can't G-post today for shit. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow, we will be doing the, a big Ace Attorney retrospective with both, Mina and Luca. A great time will be had by all. I'm sure there will be no arguments whatsoever, or heated debates about things. And yeah, then it'll be a new week. I don't think there's... Oh, actually, this coming week there's going to be no stream Sunday. So, I think we'll just do Unbeatable on Saturday. So during the week we'll do the Talos Principle as usual. And, yeah, on the weekend we'll probably just do Unbeatable. And then I think once for kind of the month, we're not going to be having any like Ace Attorney or anything or continuations there because Mina's going to be in con prep world. So I'll probably be doing some solo stuff there before we return to something else, probably 100 line. When we find the time, but you know, things could change, so who knows. Yeah, let's see, anyone on we can raid? Not really. Yeah, I think we'll just end it there then. Cool, so yeah, Ace Attorney tomorrow. Be there. So, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and hope to see you all next time.